Hey everyone, Daniel here, and in this video we're going to be building CADENCE, which is a luxury artisan footwear brand for the modern sophisticate. It's a mock store that we're going to be building featuring the homepage, catalog page, about us page, and contact page, as well as some custom components such as this one right here, the enhanced product item component. I'm also going to show you exactly how we generate these photos for the product using Microsoft Bing image generator right here. I'll also provide you with all the different prompts that we use. And we'll be building this using Remix, Hydrogen, and React. So this is using Shopify's Headless system. And one thing we'll be focusing on is creating this nice header with smooth transitions, making everything mobile responsive, of course. We're going to be creating this font pairing right here, so two different fonts, Playfair Display and also Open Sans Pro, I believe. We're going to create this collections page where we can feature all of our different products with this nice background image right here. Inside of the product page, which of course is the most important page before checkout, we'll be creating on the left side here this nice image carousel component featuring a custom built pop-up where we can see images in large size. This also includes swiping on mobile devices, just like this. And we'll also be adding some meta fields to the product so that we can put in materials and construction information, size and fit information, and care guide information for all the different types of shoes, because each shoe is a little different. We'll also be modifying the add to cart component a little bit with this loading animation, and also creating this nice looking sliding cart drawer where we can update the cart like this with the different quantities, of course. And also if I want to remove a product, we'll have a nice empty state as well, getting customers to click those buttons and getting into the product pages. And lastly, of course, we'll also be creating this nice contact page, which features just the normal information, but also this contact form. And so if I want to have a bespoke pair of shoes made, this is the way you can contact the brand, for example. It's just very simple. It just captures the email and the message, and then that'll send straight to the customer support. And just like I said, in this tutorial, we'll be building everything from scratch using Hydrogen for the Shopify integration and headless commerce. We'll be using Remix for the routing and data handling, React for creating all of our components, Tailwind CSS to make all of our styling happen. So let's get started building this luxury e-commerce experience. So the first thing we'll be doing is heading over to Shopify partners right here. And so if you don't already have a Shopify partner account, you got to create one. Then we also need to add a store. And we just do that by going to stores here on the left and clicking add store and clicking create development store. Now, if you already have a store which you want to develop for, you don't need this part. You just need to access the store. Then I'm going to click create store to test and build, but if you want to actually deploy this to something live, you might want to do create a store for client. I just want this to be non-transferable, so I'm going to just click test and build. We can put something like cadence tutorial, see if that's available. Yep, it is. And then we have current release. Yep, start with empty store. Yes, so this will still be transferable. And it's just creating our store right now. Give that a little second. Okay, and here we go. Here is the store. And so now we have the store set up. We want to also set up the Hydrogen project. So I'm just going to head over to Google right here and say something like npx hydrogen Shopify headless create. And then what we want is we want the setup right here, getting started with Hydrogen and Oxygen, this one right here. And so we want to create a new Hydrogen storefront. And I've just opened this CMD terminal right here, which is inside of the product folder that I've created. And I'm just going to write npm create Shopify /Hydrogen at latest. And I actually don't want the quick start because I want some more custom options, but you can use the quick start if you would like. Just keep in mind that that might change a couple things for you. So we're just going to let this run right here. And give that a little second. Okay, so I'm just going to put use sample data from mock shop. That's fine with me. And we'll do cadence. What would you like to create the storefront? We'll do a cadence tutorial video, just like the store. And I personally like TypeScript, and we'll do a Tailwind as well. We'll do npm, yes, and create a global h2 alias. to run commands. Yeah, sounds good. And do you want to scaffold routes and core functionality? Yes, we'll just get a bunch of different stuff set up here. We'll do sub folders. And now we have this fancy rainbow loader here, and we'll just give that a moment. And this might take a couple minutes, so I'm just going to pause and unpause once it's finished. Okay, and it's a couple minutes later, and we have the storefront setup complete. So if I just type in code to open my code editor right here and pull that up here, we can see that now we have the entire project with a couple different folders. We've got app, guides, node modules, of course, and public, which is just an empty folder mostly. We also have the environment file, which now we need to start putting some stuff in here, and some configuration files as well. So now let's get started setting this up. So the first thing we need to set up is just link this new project to the actual store that we just created. So we need to get a couple environment secrets. So let's just write these down first. So we need to get the public store domain equals something. We need to get public storefront API token. We need to get the private storefront API token. Then we also need to get the public storefront ID. And then we need to get public customer account API client ID. So this is to link the customer accounts when they sign up. And the URL as well for that. So basically we have two different APIs, and then we have a couple just smaller data about the store. So this is some overall store data, so the domain and the ID of the store. Then we have the storefront API. So Shopify has a storefront API, and we want to get the token so we can access the storefront API. This is so we can fetch the products. And then we have the customer account API, which we also need because otherwise customers can't create accounts. So let's just find all of these. So easiest is just the public store domain. That's going to be pretty simple. So if we just go back here and back over to Cadence, if I just click the View Online Store button right here, I should be directed to cadencetutorial.myshopify.com, and we'll just be able to copy this straight in and paste that in right here. That is just like that. And then to get the ID. And so what we'll go ahead and do is just install the app right here called Headless. And this is a free app, as you can see. And I'm just going to press that right there. Give that a second to load. And this is just a free app made by Shopify. It makes it easier for us to manage all of the different headless fields, such as the API keys. And so we need this installed, and there we go. I think it's installed now. And what you want to do is just create a storefront. So you press the create button right there and give that a second. And now you can see we have the storefront API, and we also have the customer account API, the two we need. So what you can see in the top in the URL right here is, we have admin Shopify, but you can see at the end we have a number, so 42997. So this is actually the storefront ID, and we want to copy that straight into the environment like that. Now to get the private and public keys, we want to go to storefront API and click manage. And this is just for the storefront, and then we have the public access token and the private one. So I'm just going to copy the public access token like that, like this, and also the private one. Paste that in. And you can see that this is actually going to give us access to a bunch of different stuff, such as reading content, doing checkouts, selling plans, etc., meta objects as well. And so this is just something that allows us to essentially fetch all of the Shopify data while we're on the headless system. So we want to do the same thing now for the customer as well. So what we want to do is just copy the client ID right here. And I'm just going to put that into the client ID. And then for the API URL, this is just, we can just put the store domain for now. This is something that might take a little more setup, but we're not going to do that in this video. Okay, and if we just go back to the command prompt right here and we do cd cadence tutorial, and we can use npm run dev now. And this is just going to take a moment since it's the first time. And now we should be able to open localhost and see a very basic just skeleton default page right here. Yep. So as you can see, we have the home page. We got a catalog. It's completely empty. We got a cart which is sliding, but there's like no styling yet. So, but you can see that we've got Cadence tutorial right here, which is the name. And if we just go over to make sure that this is linked correctly, and by adding a product, we'll just do test product. Let's put 23. And there we go. We've added it. If I just do a hard refresh a couple times, now we can see that we have the test product. And if I click into this, there's no image, and it's just very basic. But you can see that we have all the different pages. And so if we just go into the project right here, under app and route, so this is just a remix project. Under app and route, we can see that we have all the different pages right here. So we have local, which is the current language, and based on the current language, we also get the different pages. We just don't need to worry that much about these locals. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete all of these, because we only want to just create this for one single language, which is English. So we don't care that much about German or French or, different languages like that. And now we end up with a folder that's slightly smaller, but there's still a lot of stuff here. So we got a little error right here because we deleted all of the locals, and we can fix that simply by removing the local right here. So I'm just going to comment this out. I believe we might need the get link function right here. I believe that once we have done this, the site map should be able to update properly, and then we have no more problems. So it's going to be this right here, replaced like that. And then we need to reload and run it again. And now we can refresh and we have everything just like that. So if you want to work with different locals, such as different languages and so on, you can keep those pages. But for this video, we just want to focus on designing it, implementing it, making it look super nice. So before we start coding, the first thing we actually need to get in order is the assets and the brand of Cadence. So we need a couple different things. So inside of this Notion page right here, we have a collection of all the different types of things that we need. So we need name and positioning, so we understand a little more about what Cadence actually is. So it's like a premium artisan footwear brand. It's like premium shoes, premium boots, etc. So premium brand means premium prices, and this is the type of person we're targeting, 30 to 45 years. This type of style enthusiast who really care about the craft. Then we need to, based off of that, create a color scheme. And so the color scheme for Cadence is going to be navy and cream and gold. And then we have the normal gray and white, like this, for different text and accents. So we need to have a color scheme, and so this is going to be the color scheme. We also need to have a font. And really what we want is a font pair, and I think this is actually not going to be Neuhaus Grotesque, but instead what we really want is Source Sans Pro for the body. So we can pair Financier Display. That's like a premium, nice looking font with serif, and then we have Source Sans Pro, which goes very well with Financier Display. This is like a premium feel. You can just Google this, and you can just find pairs like this. Just Google ecom font pairs for brand style, Then we need a little bit of pre-work. And so this is like overall brand, fonts, color schemes, etc. Then once we have this, we need to create the different products that we're going to go for. So we want 3 products for Cadence. We're going to create the Metropolitan Oxford, which has images such as this. This is like some brainstorming, just like what kind of product is this going to be? That makes sense. What kind of price are we looking at? What are the key features, etc. We need some information about what this type of product is. And so we have the Metropolitan Oxford shoe. We also have the Florence loafer right here. And this is just the same thing, care instructions. And these are just mock products, of course. And you can see that I got all these images from Unsplash. We're actually not going to use these images very much. We're going to be using the image creator from Bing, and I'll show you how to use AI to do that. But this is just for some brainstorming so we can start to get a feel for what we're actually looking for. So we have our 3 different products, and then we also need some general store imagery. And this is just something that can kind of help us convey the message of the brand. I know that this is like very little designer wishy-washy a little bit, but it's very important to get this done before you actually start developing the store, because otherwise you're going to have to keep going back and just pick images, and we don't want to do that in a rushed way. We need to have a nice set of images, a nice set of copywriting, or at least style of copywriting, so that we can use ChatGPT or Claude to generate some text, and then we can start getting to build. And so this is the overall style of Cadence, and so now we can start building. So the first thing we're going to do is just head over back to the Shopify admin, and what we need to do is, firstly, let's just delete the test product here. So I'm just going to delete this. So we need to create our 3 products so that they're just ready. And actually, before I go ahead and do this, we need to go into settings and we need to add some meta fields. So we need to go to settings, custom data, and go to products. And inside of here, we're going to add a definition. And the first one right here is going to be sizing notes, like this. And so this is some notes about the different sizing, how sizing works for the shoe. So we're going to put notes on the product sizing. And this is just going to be a single line text like this. We don't need to worry about this validation stuff right here. Now the next one we're going to be adding is going to be the construction. So this is how the shoe is constructed, the different way that it's constructed with the different sewing patterns, etc. And so this is also going to be a single line text, and it just describes how the product shoe is constructed, just like that. And we're going to just save this meta field. And so the reason we're making these meta fields is because once we get to creating the product page, this is going to make everything easier to have data in slightly different places so that we can make it look really nice instead of everything in one big body. So we need care instructions as well. So how to take care of the product. And for this one, we actually want rich text. So let's put in rich text right here. We're going to just save this. We're going to add a new definition. And this is the last one, so bear with me. So it's going to be materials. So this describes the materials used to create the product. So this could be, the different type of leather that we used to create the shoe, or the different like how the sole is created, etc. What it's made out of. This is also going to be rich text because we want a little more flexibility for care instructions and materials to play around with the look in the editor. So now we've created all of these meta fields, we can start actually putting in the products. So the first product we're going to create is going to be the Metropolitan Oxford. And inside of the description, I actually used AI already to generate a description. So we don't really need to spend a lot of time writing that. We just need to get this product created. As for pricing, we want to put 850 or, whatever you want. I'm just going to put some mock data inside of here, 2 kilograms, for example. And inside of the product meta fields, we need to start filling in some information. So just like with the description, we also have some copy-paste ChatGPT descriptions right here. And so you can spend some time writing this, but I don't really want to spend a lot of time writing the copywriting. So we're just going to copy this in right here so we can start playing around with the design. So lastly, I'll just do the sizing notes right here. And we need to make up a SKU. So let's just go ahead and say Oxford Met 001, something like that. We have the price, we have the flats and shoes, that's fine. Now we need to upload all of the different media. And so for the product images, we've used AI already, and I'm going to show you towards the end of this video how we're going to build these different product images. It's pretty simple actually, and it's free. So what we need to do is just drag these in, and the first 2 images matter with the different order. So what we need to do is just drag the first image in and then the second image as well. And the reason why the order matters a lot is because when we create the product item component later, it's going to start off showing us this image. And then when we hover over the card, like I explained in the demo, then it's going to display the second image automatically. And that's just going to get the second image. And so we're just going to go ahead and do some nice ordering. We can do some angled pictures like this that are full view, and then maybe a ultra close, and then the model at the end. So this one is also AI generated. So we have the nice order like this of all the different images. And so that is the Metropolitan Oxford. Now I'm just going to go ahead and create the remaining different photos, the remaining different products, so that we can just get started. But it's the same, so we just need to add the different products. So I'm also going to add the Florence loafer and also the Vienna Chelsea boot, and then we can get started. Okay, so I just finished adding all of the different products. So now we have the Florence loafer, the Metropolitan Oxford, and the Vienna Chelsea boot. These are just mock products, of course. You can add whatever you want here. Now what we want to do is just go here to collections and delete the homepage collection. And then we want to create collection right here. And this is just going to be all. So we just want every single product in one big collection because we only have 3 products to display. So we're going to have it like this, and we can do Oxford, loafer, and boot. Yep, that sounds good. And just make sure that the collections is going to be at /all. So this is our all collection. So this is all good. And now we have the collection like that. Perfect. Now if we just refresh our site on localhost, we can now see that we have the Vienna Chelsea boot, the Florence loafer, and the Metropolitan Oxford. And if we actually click into these, you can see that we now have the actual product, and we can view the price. We can also see that it's sold out. We have the description, very, very basic, of course, but now we can start working on the layout. So if we just jump back into the code editor, what we can do is inside of the public folder, we want to create 2 different folders, one called image and another one called fonts. And this is where we want to import our different images and fonts that are static for every single thing. So this will be automatically hosted by Shopify in an optimized way, so we want it under the public folder. And now I already have the fonts and some static images downloaded, so I can import some images right here. So this is an image of a craftsman in his workshop. This is AI generated, and I'll show you how to generate it towards the end of the video. This is an Unsplash image, so you can go to Unsplash and get free images that you can use. And this is also an Unsplash image right here. So we have these 3 different images. We're going to use those in different places on the site. Now we also need to import our 2 different fonts. So the first font is going to be Playfair Display. So I'm going to make a folder called Playfair-display like this. And you can download it from various different places. I'll probably link to it in the description. But we can basically get the variable font, .ttf file, the true type font. And this allows us to just import the whole thing very, very easily. Now, the next thing we want to do is go to font and create a new folder again. Make sure that it's under the fonts and not Playfair Display. And then we need to create Sauce Sans Pro. That's going to be for the body. And there are a few more files here than Playfair because I could not find the variable font file on the internet. And so now what we have is the fonts and we have the images. And so now we need to just configure this inside of the code. So firstly, if I just go to package.json, I want to just show you that actually we start out with the project without a real Tailwind installed. We have this other Tailwind version under Tailwind CSS/Vite. Now this functions okay, but we actually want the Tailwind CSS package installed as well. So I'm going to go ahead and say npm install Tailwind CSS, and this is going to be -d for -development. We don't want this built into the bundle when deploying. And now we can create the Tailwind CSS config file. So I'm just going to go ahead and create a new file here, and it's going to be called tailwind.config.ts, and I'm just going to hit enter. And inside of here we can import type config from Tailwind CSS like this. And then under config, which is of the type, we can put dark mode, which is just class. we need to specify the content. So this is the different content that is, these are the different types of files where we want to detect CSS with Tailwind. And so just like the AI is suggesting, we want to go under the app folder, and anything under the app folder with JSTS or JSX and TSX extension, we want to go for that. So I'm going to accept. And then we're going to do plugins, and this is just empty. Under theme, we want a couple different things. So we're going to extend the theme. And this is where we want to add our colors. So I'm going to add colors and brand. And under brand, we're going to go navy, which is one. I have this on the other side of the screen. So we have 1A, 2A, 3A. That's navy blue. Then we have cream, which is hashtag F5, F2, EA. And gold, which we can do with hashtag C3, A3, 4, 3, like this. And then gray, which is 8C, 8C, 8C. So that's like a nice gray. Let's just see why this is not exporting properly. Maybe we got the wrong version. Yes, so we can see we have the alpha version installed here. And actually, we don't want the alpha version of Tailwind installed. We want a normal stable version. So we'll do npm install Tailwind CSS add, and then it's 3.4.15. That's what we actually want. Good, and that just finished installing, and now we can see that this resolves correctly. Now, the next thing we want to do is to add our different fonts. So inside of theme and under extends, we have the colors now, but we also need to add the font family. So the font family is 2 fonts. We have Playfair, and this is the main font called Playfair Display. That's the name. And then we can fall back to sans. Actually, we'll just fall back to serif because that's the closest system font we have. We're going to do source. That's going to be source sans pro because it's source sans pro. And the fallback is sans serif, just like that. And then finally, we're going to just export default config. So the Tailwind config is exported. And now if we actually go back, we're going to see that there's an error here on the site. And that's because we need to reconfigure a couple things inside of the tailwind.css styles. You can see that it just has import Tailwind CSS, but we actually also need to just do a couple more things, which is standard Tailwind. So this is using the alpha version, but we're not using the alpha version. So we need to do Tailwind base. And just like the AI is saying, we want to do Tailwind components and Tailwind utilities. If you're wondering how I get this AI completion stuff, it's because I'm using cursor. And now you can see that the error has been resolved. And if I just go inside of here, we can see that I can refresh and everything is very, very fast. You can see it loads very, very quickly, which is very nice. That's one feature of Hydrogen. So the next thing we want to do is just inside of app.css, we want to, let me just think right here. We need to remove a lot of stuff. So maybe it's under reset. Yes, so under here we want to remove everything after body and the first set of H1, H2, and P. This defines different styles and colors and stuff, and we don't really need that because we're going to use Tailwind and our own styles. So you can already see that we just lost a bunch of styling, but we're going to create that again inside of CSS so that it's proper. Now we're also going to create a new file under styles called fonts.css, and this is just where we can import all of our different fonts. So I already have some code that I can copy over. And so if we just examine this code, it's very simple. So we just declare some different font faces, and then we define the source URLs. So this is for example, the Playfair variable font and the Playfair italic variable font. So this is Playfair. And then down here we have the different source sans pro fonts. So we have one right here for the normal regular, and then the other one here for italic. And we just need to declare these, and basically the source can be traced back to /public/fonts and then /Playfair display or source sans pro. But we don't need to include the public because when we are doing the URLs, it already looks inside of the public folder right there. And now this is actually not imported on its own. We need to go to root.tsx right here. And then we need to, inside of the links, as you can see, we just need to add a new line. And then it should be style sheets. And then we need to put font styles like that. And font styles should be imported in the same way that we import these other ones. So we're going to import font styles from the styles/fonts.css, and then you need to put this URL. Otherwise, it will actually just inject the CSS. Now, to get Tailwind finally set up, we need to create a new file called postcss.config.js. And inside of this, we're going to put export default and plugins and Tailwind CSS. And this is going to be empty. This is just default code. And then we need to go to package.json and we need to uninstall this Vite Tailwind CSS version. We don't need this. So we're going to put npm uninstall Tailwind CSS/Vite like this. And once that's uninstalled, we need to install auto prefixer. This is a Tailwind CSS util actually, and that needs to be with development like this. And this is so we can have Tailwind CSS working properly in the remix project right here. And that is done, and we need to just open the console and npm run dev again. And you can see now that the style is a little different. If I go to index.tsx right here and change the class name just to test if it works, we can see if it works like this. So we can change the color and give that just a second, maybe make it a little more heavy so we can see it. So that is navy right now. Make it a little bigger so we can see that it is navy. We can also go back to the black color, yes, like that, and then change it to gold like this. And then to check if the font works, we can try to set it to font Playfair. And we can see that we have the nice premium serif Playfair font, and we can also try font source. So this is for the body, and we can see we have the nice thin body right here. And if we go a little bit heavier on the weight, okay, and we can see that it actually doesn't correctly adhere to the font weight. As you can see, it doesn't change. So I think in the font face, it's the way that we load these are wrong. So I'm just going to quickly make a new thing we can paste in. Okay, so in the Source Sans Pro, we can do like this. And now when we refresh, we can see that it works fine. Good. So now we know everything is set up and it works good. We have the colors, we have the images, we have the font working. We can change this one to Playfair also, and then it looks like Playfair, just like this. So we are all good to go. So the first thing we're going to do is build the header. And so if we go to the components folder, we have a bunch of different components already. Add to cart button, cart, and all this. We're going to edit firstly the header right here. So we have this right here, the header, and it actually loads the header from the Shopify store. So we don't actually create the header and hardcode the home, catalog, and contact. You can see that there's no contact in here, but it still has contact. This is because we actually load this using the GraphQL API. And so if we just go and search for header inside of the project, we can see inside of page layout is where the header is being used. So if I just comment out the header right here, we can see that that is actually where the header is. So it is the header component here, and we're passing it this header query prompt. So you can see that the header query prompt is actually containing the menu right here with all of the different items. And so we can actually change the header from the Shopify store, and then it will automatically fetch the new header menu inside of the project, which is a very nice part of the whole headless development experience. So if we go inside of here, we can see that firstly we have the nav link with the shop name. So that is Cadence tutorial. So this one right here, if I change this to Cadence like this, you can see that this will update over there in the corner. And so now we know that inside of this header component is where we want to make changes. So firstly, what I want to do is just declare a few different state variables. So we want to use scroll. So I'm going to put is scrolled and set is scrolled. We're also going to do is scrolling up. So when the person is scrolling up, and then we're going to put last scroll y. This is so we can track if they're scrolling up or scrolling down. We can just import this from React, very simple. Then also we need to have the aside right here, and aside is basically where the cart lives. So if we open the cart by clicking cart, this is an aside component. So if I inspect this, you can see that that is an aside. So aside is just a hook we have, and this comes along with the project from the beginning. And the aside is just something that allows us to open the cart from anywhere using this hook, or track if the cart has been opened, because it's very important between the header, since it's going to be fixed, and the cart. When the cart is open, the header should still be visible, but the header should not be on top of the cart. So we have some different layers to it. Usually the cart is currently on top, but the header is not fixed, and we're going to make the header fixed. So back to the code, we have the 4 different variables here. Now we're going to put some new stuff in the return so we can render in a different way. So we're going to put return, and this is just going to start out being a div. And inside of the div, we're going to put class name, and it's going to be completely fixed. It's going to be full width, and then we're going to put 40 in the z variable. And the reason we put 40 is because the cart is 50. So we want it to be just under the cart. Transition transform. So this has to do with the different animations. So when we scroll, it looks nice, and it doesn't just, very quickly, instantly disappear or appear. We want duration 500 because 500 is pretty good. And then we want ease in out animation like this. Now we actually want to wrap this inside of a string like this so we can inject. And the reason we want this is because if we have different style, we want to put if we're not scrolling up and we have scrolled and the aside type is closed, then we return some different styles. And I think we need to include that as part of the string like this and spell closed correctly. Let me just disable my AI. It's pretty annoying. Disable. Yes, there we go. No more AI. Then we put translate y full. So this is where the when we scroll, we put the animation to be to translate on the y-axis. So it basically goes up or it goes back down to 0. So when we don't scroll, and so we just need to modify these variables properly, and then it looks good. And the way we do this is using a use effect hook. So we use effect, and then we put last scroll y is scrolled and aside type. So if any of these change, we run the code inside of here. And the first thing we need to do is just get the root element. So that's just document.document element. And the reason we want this is because we need to set the height of the announcement bar and of the header. And we do this with root.style.set property. And the first one is announcement height. And we're going to set this to, if we have scrolled, it's going to be 0 in the announcement height. Otherwise, it's going to be 40 pixel. Okay, so if we do not scroll, it's going to be default 40 pixel height. Otherwise, if we do scroll, it's going to be 0. So this is when it changes its height to be nothing. Then we do root.style.set property. So that's for the announcement bar. So we're going to create a banner in the top, the one that said free shipping. And then on orders more than $500. And then we have the header right underneath this. This is the navigation with the home catalog contact. So we put the header height. And again, if we have scrolled, we're going to put 64 pixels. And otherwise, we're going to put 80 pixels. And the reason for this is we still want to be able to display the header if we have scrolled, and then we scroll up a little bit. But we only want to display the announcement header when we have gone to the very top. So if we are at the very top of the page, we display the announcement bar with the free shipping statement. And otherwise, if we scroll around on the page and we scroll up a little bit, we still want to show the header, but we don't want to show the announcement bar, only when we're at the top. So this is why we have 64 pixel and then 80 pixel. So it's a slightly smaller version when we are further down on the page. Now we need to make a little function inside here using this arrow function syntax, and we're gonna put if aside type is not closed. So this means if the card is open, basically, then we return. So this only matters if the card is. So this only matters if the card is closed, because if the card is not closed, we don't care about anything. We're in the cart. We don't need to handle any scrolling. So when the cart is not open, right? So if it looks like this, then it means that the cart is not closed. And so we just do nothing because we don't care about the scrolling. We're in the cart, right? So, but if we're in this state right here, where the cart is closed, this is when we want to run the code down here. So first of all, we need to get the current scroll. And this is very easy. We just use window.scroll y. And then we can set is scrolling up to current scroll y less than last scroll y. So if the current scroll y, which is the new scroll, is less than last scroll y, that means that we have gone up, because if you remember on a screen, if y is 0, then we're at the top, not at the bottom. So if we scroll up, then that means that the current scroll y is going to be less than the last time we scrolled. And then we're going to set last scroll y to current scroll y. And this is just to keep it updated for the next time. And then we're going to set is scrolled current scroll y greater than 50. And so if we have scrolled more than 50 pixels downwards, so that's like one scroll on the mouse or a little bit of scroll on the phone if you use touch, then we want to set is scrolled to true. And this is the way we detect whether we should hide the navigation or display the navigation still. So it's like a threshold. So 50, you can change this a little bit if you want to. Now the next thing outside of this, we need to add an event listener. So we add event listener, and this is of course going to be when we scroll, and then we handle the scroll, and we set passive to be true. The reason we put passive true is because if you do not put passive true, then the browser does not know if you will be calling e.prevent default. You know, in JavaScript, you can put prevent default to stop the normal scrolling behavior. For example, if you want smoother scroll. But if you put passive true, we're telling the browser, okay, browser, we're not gonna do prevent default. We won't be like changing the way the scrolling works. We just want to change something else and be passive in the background. And so this actually makes the browser more performant. This is very important specifically for the Shopify pages and in e-commerce in general, because small performance boosts makes a very big difference on the conversion. So we set passive true because of this. Then we also need some unmounting logic. Of course, we need to remove the event listener every time something is changed. So we remove event listener on the scroll, of course, and it's going to be only the handle scroll function we remove it for, like this. So you can see every single time we update the last scroll y, or if is scrolled or aside type, we remove the old event listener, we add the new event listener because the variables have been updated, and we set these properties announcement height and header height, which is important to set, and this will allow us to do the scrolling styling properly. Now I just saved and you can see the header has disappeared. It's because we removed everything inside. So let's start putting some stuff here. So firstly, we want to put an announcement bar. So we're just going to lay out this layout right now. We want to put main header. Main header. And these two are the two main elements that we want to use to create the header. So firstly, with the announcement bar, it's relatively simple. We just want this, a div, and then inside of this we want another div, and then just a p paragraph element. And the paragraph element, you can put anything you want. I'm just going to put complimentary shipping on orders above $500, something like this. And so in this root And I'm just gonna give us some more space here to make it look organized. We need again to put it inside of this inline injection because we need some more logic. So firstly, we need overflow hidden. We don't want anything to be shown in the scroll bar. We want transition, just like we have transition on the first one. So we're gonna do ease in out, transition 500. And then the next thing is inside of here, we make a conditional. So we say is scrolled. So if we have scrolled, then we set max height to 0. And otherwise, we set max height to 12. And max height 12 is 48 pixels. So if we have not scrolled, we set the max height 48 pixels. And then on top of this, we go back here and we just set the color to navy. And we set the text to white, like this. So inside here, we're gonna put container, MX auto. So these two, they just limit the width, of course. So it just limits the width on smaller devices, and MX auto just centers the element. So this one takes up the whole width, and this one is a smaller width, and it's also centered in the parent, right? And so we're gonna do that, and we're gonna center the text also. If it collapses for any reason, on small screen, for example, we're gonna do a little bit of padding and a little bit of padding on the sides as well. Then in the P element, we're gonna set the font to source because this is a body type. We don't wanna use Playfair. We're gonna put text 13 pixels, just very small. We're gonna put leading tight for the line height. And on small screens or higher, we're gonna put text to SM, that's slightly bigger, it's 14 pixels. And then we're gonna put font light, because we want like a light font weight, and then we're gonna put tracking wider. So it's a little more space between the letters, which makes it look nice. So if I would just refresh like this, we see that we have now this announcement bar saying complimentary shipping on orders above 500 pounds. So that is very cool. If we now move on to the main header, I'm gonna make a header element right here. And this one has, we're gonna just go to the next, I'm just gonna format the document. There we go. You can format the document using Shift-Alt-F on the Windows at least. Maybe Shift-Command-F on the Mac. Makes it much easier. So I'm gonna put class name, and actually we're gonna need to do some conditionals in here. Again, we're gonna put transition all, duration 500, ease in out. Then we want a border on the bottom. And so if we just put border B, it's gonna give us a 1 pixel border. And then now we need some conditionals. So we're gonna put if we have scrolled, then we want this to be a translucent background. So opacity a little less than 100 on the background. So we're gonna put, so we have these two. So if we have scrolled, but we still show the header, then this means that we need to show the header, but we want to see a little bit of the background so we can see, so that it is a nicer user experience. So we're going to put bg white 80, backdrop blur large. So this means that 80% of the background is going to be white and 20% is going to be like whatever is behind the fixed header, and we're gonna blur whatever is behind it. So it's a nice effect. We're gonna put like a small shadow so we can so that the user can easily see the difference between the header and whatever element. For example, if there's a white background, we don't want it to be confusing. And we're gonna put border transparent. Then inside of this, so if we have not scrolled, so this is if we're at the top, we're gonna put bg white, of course, with no opacity. We want it to be fully white, and then border gray 100. So we have a border no matter what, but the reason we put border transparent here is because if the border is 1 pixel and we just removed the border completely, then there would be a 1 pixel jump every time the scroll variable changes. That's not very nice UX. So we just change it to transparent instead so that it's still there, it's just not visible. So inside of the header, we make a div, and in this one, it's just container and MX auto. So we just center everything inside of the header. And then now what we need to do is a few different items depending on if we are on the mobile phone or on the desktop. So the first thing we're gonna do is do the mobile version. So mobile logo, and we're going to set the breaking point to 550 pixels. So if we have 550 pixels or less than this, we're gonna show this. So we're gonna make it so we can inject like this. We're gonna set this to hidden. So this is hidden, and the reason why it is hidden is because we don't want to default to show this, but we want to show it if we are maximum 550 pixels. So max 550 pixels, we're gonna do block. So you can see if I hover over this, it has display none as the default, but if it is from 0 to 550 pixels, it's gonna have display block instead, okay? So the default is hidden, so display none, but 0 to 550 pixels, we display block. So it's like a switch like that if you have a mobile phone. We're gonna put text center, border on the bottom, and we want border gray 100, similar to how we did the border right here. So we just need the consistency. We're gonna put some transition as well. 300 instead of 500 because we want it to be a little faster. And ease in out. And then a conditional at the end. We're gonna put if we have scrolled, is scrolled like this. Then we put something, otherwise we put something else. This is just the ternary operator if you're unfamiliar. We put one padding like this or another padding like this. So if we have scrolled, so if we have already scrolled, we put a little less padding, so it's slightly less tall. Otherwise, we put a little more padding if it's in the top, and it should take more space in the start. Then we put a nav link, and the nav link is just like a link, so but it's optimized to be very fast and prefetch the next page. So we're going to prefetch equals intent. And intent means that if you interact with the element a little bit, like hovering over it or pressing it but not quite completing the click on the element, then it will actually prefetch the next page, which makes it much faster at loading. And we're going to put /, so this just redirects to the slash page. So that's just the root right here. So if I'm on a product page like this one, /product/loafer, it will just redirect to this right here, like that. So this is the home button, if that makes sense. We're going to put some styling also. We're going to set this to Playfair because this is the Cadence logo. And we're going to just do text-based logo. We're going to put tracking normal and inline block. And then the last thing we do is put an H1 and some font medium and no margin. We don't want margin. And sometimes on H1 there's some margin. And then we just put cadence like this. And you can see there's nothing right here because I'm on a too big screen. But if I'm on a smaller screen, you can see cadence appears right there. So it's already starting to shape up. We can see how this is going to look very nice. So that is the mobile logo. And the next thing we want to do is we want to show the content. So header content like this. And we just start out by making a div. Do a little more spacing so it's easier to look at this. A lot of code. So we're going to put class name. We're going to have a very big class name right here because this is the main header content, okay? So I'm going to put flex items center. So this just means that on the y-axis, the items are aligned properly. You can also put flex row because actually the default, if you just put flex, is going to be flex row. So this is the same as this. It's the same thing. Justify between. So this means that we want each item to be justified between. So there's an equal space and it fills out the whole width. Then we want some padding in the sides. On the slightly smaller screen, bigger screens, we want a little more padding. So the default is padding 4, so this would be on the phone. But if we are larger than a certain width, we have slightly more padding, like on the desktop, for example, or tablets. Again, we want some transitions going on. We want as much transitions as possible because this is what makes it feel really nice. And then we want is scrolled. Then we do something, otherwise something else. I'm just gonna format this, do like that. So if we have already scrolled, we want to be a little less padding. like this. If we have not scrolled, of course, we have the same padding as before. So we can actually just leave this one empty because it's the same as just keeping this. Now what we need to do is, first of all, we need to have the toggle button for the menu when we're on the phone. So that's like the hamburger menu, if you know what that is. So we have a few different elements inside of the header content, okay? So we have the mobile menu toggle. And we also want to display this on slightly larger screens than just the 550 pixels. So we want to actually display this until 1024 pixels, because that's a nicer breaking point than the 550. We still want the menu to be expandable on smaller devices than a desktop, but not as small as 550 pixels, for example, like on a smaller smartphone. So we just do this, and then we're gonna use a component that is already pre-built for us called header menu mobile toggle. And if I just go to the declaration of this, you can see that we actually already have this one from the beginning. Now we might want to modify the styling a little bit on this. So inside of here, I'm just gonna delete this style. So I'm gonna do P2 and then a negative margin actually on the left side. So this means it moves a little more to the left. Then I'm gonna put hover, and I'm gonna put text brand gold. So when you hover over this, it should go golden. We put transition colors so that it has a transition on the colors. It doesn't just flick between the colors instantly when I press it. So, and we can have unclick, open mobile. This is the same. And then I want menu. So we're gonna make a menu component. And in this one, it's gonna have width 6 and height 6. And actually, this is a logo. So we want to import this from Lucid React. Do we have that installed? So this is just the hamburger logo. So instead of using this text-based logo, we want to use a real menu SVG logo. So let me just see. Do we have Lucid installed? No, we do not have Lucid installed. Okay. So the next thing we just need to do is I'm gonna shut down the server. And then we need to do npm install Lucid React like this. So this is a logo library. So it gives us a bunch of logos we can use in different places. It's very nice. And give that a second to install. And then I'm gonna do npm run dev just like that. And so now we have, if I just search like this, yes, we have Lucid. And so inside of here, we can import the menu from Lucid. So I don't think we're gonna get the autocomplete, so I'm gonna just manually type the import. So we're gonna import menu from Lucid React. And that is how you do that. Like this. And then this should be resolved. Maybe my computer is a little slow because of the recording. I'm just gonna unpause once this resolves. Okay, very good, there we go. So we can see that this is the hamburger menu like this, and it opens just like that. Now we have no way of really closing it properly, but we're gonna do that in just a moment. So we use the mobile menu toggle just like that. Now just below this, we want the logo to be displayed. And this is for screens that are above 550 pixels. So it might get a little confusing now, but basically what we want is the logo to be displayed on top of the other parts of the menu with the hamburger menu like this with navigation. And then we want the cart, account and search logos here on the right side. But we have too small of a screen to be able to also display the logo on the mobile phone. So that's why under 550 pixels, we put the logo on top like this. But on bigger screens, we wanted to have Cadence on the left, and then the navigation menus in the middle, and then we want the search, the account, and the cart on the right side. And so that's what we're doing right now. So we have the logo, which we want to have on the left side if it's above 550 pixels. And so if we remember from before, we used the nav link, and this is the optimized component that we get from Hydrogen. And remix, I believe actually, remix. And we're gonna just do premix intent. It's still gonna redirect us to the slash to just the root. We're going to put class name, and we need to use some logic. So we're going to have this. We want font to be Playfair. We want tracking wider, text center. And then we need to have some conditional on the display. So before we were going to say, before we had this one right here. So max 550 pixels block. So we have this one in the other one right here. So we have hidden max 550 pixels block, but we actually want to reverse this completely, right? So what we want is remove this and just leave it default, and then max 50 should just be hidden. So from 0 to 550 pixels, it's hidden, okay? And then we put absolute because we want it to we want to change the coordinate a little bit like this. So this is basically a nice way to center this properly within its parent. Then we're going to put static display, static position if it's on a large screen. Again, some translation styles right here. I will show you in just a sec when we refresh. On the big screen, we want to transition left. We want the text to float to the left, I mean. And this is because the burger menu has a breaking point when it's the large screen, okay? So this line is getting pretty long. So and then at the end we want transitions. Duration 300, ease in, out. And we actually want a little bit more. We also want to change it if it has been scrolled. So if we have scrolled, we're going to have a slightly smaller text. If we have not scrolled, we're going to have a slightly bigger text. Like this. Okay? And inside of navlink, we're going to put an h1, and it's going to say cadence. And this is just going to be font medium, like this. And we can format this, make it look nice. And now on the big screen, we can see we have cadence here in the middle. Okay? And so you can see we actually are on a relatively big screen right now. We're on 1012 pixels width. But if I go to the breaking point, cadence is going to float to the left when it's a large. And so this is already turning out to be a very nice mobile responsive navigation, as you can see. Now, of course, a little bit more work to do. So let's do the next part. So just below this logo, we're going to put some desktop navigation finally. So this is the main part that we will use to navigate on big screens. So it is normally hidden, but if it's a large screen, we're going to display block. It's going to do flex 1 so that it takes as much width as possible, and then some padding on the sides. And we're just going to use header menu component, which we get from the default project. And we can pass the menu, which we already have. So this is the menu that has been fetched from the Shopify store. Viewport is going to be set to desktop because we only show this on desktop. And primary domain URL is going to be based on the header.shop.primarydomain.url. Public store domain is the public store domain. And we have these as props on the header function. So we have public store domain and we have the header as well. And the header query has all of this different data, which is loaded from the store. So this is nice because then someone who doesn't program can change this later down the line without custom code having to change. So we need to change now. Am I in the wrong place? Yes. We need to change the header menu to look a little nicer. This is not really the way we want it to look for cadence. We want it to look slightly nicer than that. So we're going to separate this into a couple different sets of styles, and we also need to make it very mobile responsive, okay? So the first thing we will do is just have 3 different classes. And the reason we do this is because they're really, really big, and if we use some conditions just like we do inside of, is scrolled up here, it would actually be very, very big, very large lines. So we're going to just do this. Transition all. So this is the base class name. So this is what is shared between the desktop and the mobile. So no matter what, it will have this style. So we can reuse it. So first of all, transition all, duration 200. We're going to put hover, text, brand, gold. We're going to put font source because it's a body. We're going to put relative, and then we're going to have an after pseudo element as well. So we're going to have after absolute, after bottom 0, so it's on the bottom, after bottom 0, after left 0, after W 0, like this. And we have after H 1 pixel, after BG gold, so primary, brand gold, and then after transition all, after duration 300, hover, after W full. So this is basically when you hover over the text, it's going to have a little line that comes in from the left and goes to fill the full width, and it's going to be gold. It's going to look really, really nice. It's like a very premium feel when you do this. And we use after instead of a border, because if we used a border, then the height would actually increase of the element, whereas since after since the after pseudo element is an absolute position, it doesn't change anything. So now we can make the desktop class name, and it's going to be flex items center, justify center. So we just make everything centered, both on the y-axis and on the x-axis. Then we space in between them. So space x12 is kind of the same as doing gap 12. I just like to use space x12 instead. We're going to do small text and make it uppercase. There we go. And that's going to be the style from the desktop. We're going to have mobile class name as well, which is just going to be flex call, and px6. So this is just very simple. If you press the hamburger menu, it's going to follow, it's going to collapse into columns, and it's going to have a little bit of padding on the x-axis like that. Now I want to just delete this so we can start from fresh. The first thing we want to do is make a nav semantic element, and inside of here we want class name to be based on the viewport. So if the viewport is desktop, then we want the desktop class name, right? Otherwise, we want the mobile class name. Very simple. And the role is going to be navigation. Now we want two different things. So if the viewport is mobile, then we do this. And if the viewport is not mobile, then it is desktop. And then we do this, right? So firstly, let's just put some empty elements inside of this. Let's start with the desktop, okay? So desktop menu, right? So if we do menu.items.map, so these are the items that we have loaded from the store, so these are dynamic. And so each of these have an ID, resource ID, tags, title, type, and URL. We just really mostly care about the title and the URL because this is the text. So this would be catalog, home, contact, and then the URL is where it's going to redirect. Okay. So firstly, we want this to be with curly brackets so that we can start doing stuff. If you use curly brackets in a map, we need to do a return statement. So the return is going to be a nav link, and then inside of this we're going to put items.title. We need a little bit of logic to just make sure that the user has correctly input the item, otherwise this is going to cause some errors. So we need to check if the item.url, because this can be undefined, it can also be null. So if this has not been set, we return null. We just ignore the items where there's not a URL. Okay? The title is always a string, so we don't need to check the title. Now we can do the URL. So depending on basically the item, we can either use the public store domain, or we can use the primary domain URL. Okay? So it's a little confusing, but basically the reason we pass the primary domain URL and the public store domain is so we can check this, and based off of this we can construct the URL correctly. Okay? So if the item.url includes myshopify.com, so this is like the development store, or the item.url.includes the public store domain, or the item.url that includes the primary store URL. Then we just return new URL item.url.pathname. Okay? I think primary domain URL right here. So, and if not, we just return the item.url. So the reason we do this is because, so this one, for example, could be store.cadence.com, something like this. This could be cadence.com. And the path name right here, so we have /xyz, or like, let's say it's /collections, right? So if we have a link that redirects to /collections, then we don't actually care about this part right here. We just want to do a relative path URL. And so this actually just turns it into /collections, okay? But if it is not one of these, then we just want to use the actual URL. So the reason it could be something like this is maybe you want to redirect someone to another site, you know, partner.cadence.com or something, right? Another site instead of Cadence. And so then we just redirect the person to the other site instead. So that could be google.com. You can put anything there, right? And now we put the nav link. So first we put the class name, and this one is going to be a little more complicated because we want to actually highlight if it's active, okay? And so the smart thing is on the nav link, it actually automatically detects this for us. So if we put, firstly, we put curly braces, parentheses, because now we're doing a function, and then we unpack using the curly braces again, and then we put is active. So we have access to this variable. And we're going to put an arrow function because we're in a function now. And now we're going to say base class name is act, and then we're saying if it's active, we want to make it brand gold, text brand gold, like this. Otherwise, we are just going to make it text brand navy, okay? So if it's active, and you can see we have this as a boolean, we can also just say props, and then we have access to a bunch of different stuff. So we can say if it's active, it's pending, it's transitioning, but we only care about the active. So that's why we unpack it in the function like this, okay? It's just a function. Go back to that. So that's the class name. We're going to put end. End is a prop that is used to detect if it's active or not. So if end is set to true, then for example, if we are on products /xyz / you know, boot or something, then /products not active, right? But if we do not have end set to true, so if you just put it, it's going to be true, then it will be active, okay? So it's just because end just makes it so that we only care about the exact link, okay? We don't care about some part of it being the case. We don't care about /products /xyz. We only want it to be active if it's on /products or whatever the path is. We need to put a key because we're inside of map, and if you are using React, you need to put a key when you map. We're going to put onClick and set that to close. Unclick and close like this. We're going to prefetch using intent again. And we're going to use the URL to determine where we're going to go. The reason we put unclick close is because if we're inside of the use aside, which could also be the hamburger menu, we want to just close that because we don't want that to be open the next time the user is inside of the is when they land on the next page. So now you can see that we have some cool stuff going on up here. So we're on the home page, and you can see the home page is in gold. You can also see that when I hover, so this is the whole after pseudo element stuff right here. So when I hover over it, it transitions 300 milliseconds, and then it goes to full width from 0 width, and it's 1 height. You see that? So it's like a really premium effect, just like that. Now that's all for the desktop version of the header menu. We also need to do the mobile version, and the mobile version is a little more complicated because this is what we want to display inside of the inside of the burger menu. So firstly, what we need to do is actually going to be multiple elements. So the first one is going to be mobile navigation links, and the second one is going to be mobile footer links. So this is basically the navigation, and then it's the search account and cart. So the first one right here is going to be inside a div. We're going to put class name. We're just going to go through this a little fast. So py4. Then we want to use either the menu or we want to use the fallback menu. Okay, so if a menu wasn't correctly loaded, actually, we don't care about that. I think we should just put, if the menu doesn't exist, we just return null. I think that makes way more sense. So we're going to put, because down here we don't check, so who cares? I think we do it like this. So we do menu.items.map item, and we check if the item.url has been set. And we can copy the first part, this part right here. We can just copy, it's the same. Like that. We have the right URL now. And then we just return a nav link, and we can just start from this. Return the nav link. We need to style it a little different because it's on a mobile. So the differences is in the nav link we have is active. We still want the class name, but we want text large. py2 we want block, and then the rest can stay the exact same. Now that's for the menu navigation links. We also want to change it so that we have the footer links in the bottom. So these are separate. So we have the div like this, then we have the class name, and the class name is going to be mt auto, so that means that it's the highest possible margin from the top, so it's going to be at the bottom. That's what that means. So it's going to be border in the top, so we have something to separate, and then we do py6, we have a gray border. Inside of here we're going to do another div, and this is just going to space our elements. You could also use flex box and then use a gap, but I don't really care in this situation. We have one nav link right here, and in this one we're going to have a user icon. So we're going to use the user icon from Lucid. We can just import that, and we'll just do slightly small. Inside of the nav link fields we're going to have /account, so this redirects to /account. We're going to have a nice class name, flex item center. So the reason we do that is actually because inside of this we want font source, text base, and we want account. So we have two different elements. We have a user icon, and then we have the account text, right? So we need those to be aligned on the y-axis, so they're not like offset and looking ugly. So we want also some space between them, and then we want the text to be navy, and we want it so that when we hover, we can do text gold. So this, you would maybe not hover that much because it's on a mobile, but you do have the odd case where you're on a tablet and you can connect a mouse to the tablet. So sometimes this is relevant. So that's why we do that. Then underneath this, so this would just be the account. Underneath this, inside of the space right here, underneath the nav link, we want to have a button, and this is just for searching. And inside of this, we want a search icon. So that's the same as the user icon, just for searching. We put the same height, and then also we're just going to copy the span. The way I just make a duplicate is I do Shift Alt arrow down, so I can just duplicate like this. It's pretty useful. And here we just put search instead, okay? And the button, when we have unclick, we do close, and then we do flex item center space x2. We do text brand navy, then we do hover text brand gold, similar to the account. We also want this to take up the full width because it's a search field, and we would want to do a little more stuff right here, but in this video, we won't do the search logic. It's not important. We just want to style this to make it look really nice. Okay. So this is everything on the header menu. So if I just go inside of here, we can see I press this and now it looks really nice. You see? So we have the account, we have the search. You would have the input field for the search, but that's that. So we have a very nice hamburger drawer right now. And so if it's on a phone or if it's an even smaller device, it takes up more width like this. Now we still need some more logic. So if I go to the header menu where we used it, yes, right here, that's desktop navigation. Now the final thing we need to also add is going to be the call to actions, CTAs. And this one is just going to be one div with header CTAs inside of it. And it's going to be is logged in, which just passes the is logged in. And then we're going to pass the cart as well. And in that, this one is just going to flex and items center. And then we need to style the header CTA as well. Okay, so you see that we just had all of this stuff appear. Now, we have a bunch of duplicate stuff now, but we can remove that when we do the header CTA. So I'm going to delete all of this so we can start from scratch. And inside of the header CTAs, what we want is a nav. And inside of this, we want flex, we want items center, and space, a little more space on bigger screens, and even more space on large screens. So it's nice and spacey. Cool. Inside of this nav, we want to have first the search toggle, very, very simple component. Now, inside of the search toggle, we actually want to style this a little bit. So we're going to make this into a button. Padding 2, we're going to put hover, text, gold. We're going to put transition colors and duration 200, so it's a nice color effect. Oops, we need to close that properly. Then inside of the button, we're going to just have it be a search icon. And we're going to make it a little bigger than before, so H6. Make this look properly formatted. We're going to do unclick, and we're going to open the search if we click the search button, okay? So, and we need to just close this component. So the search toggle is very nice now. Now, the next thing we need to do is add a nav link to account. So inside of this, firstly, oops, it's actually this type. So inside of here, we're going to put, and this is actually SR only, so this is for screen readers to make it accessible. So if you put screen reader only, it means that you can't see it, but it means that if it's a screen reader like a blind person, they can read that it says account. This makes it more accessible. So we're going to have this be just the user icon, and inside of this we're going to put prefetch intent. So when you hover, it's going to preload the /account page. In the class name, we're going to put hover, text, gold, and then we're going to put transition all, duration 200, p2, relative, and then we're going to have all of this after stuff as well. So I believe this should do it. So I'm in the header menu. We need to go to the header CTAs right here. And we can copy paste this in. We can't do that. We need to actually make it a little more custom than this. So what we need to do is put relative, and after relative, we need to put a bunch of after. So this is also so when you hover, it looks really nice. It's because we were inside of the single quote. Okay, well, that's fine. We put after absolute, after bottom 0, so it's on the bottom. After left, and it's going to be left 1/2, and it's going to have 0 width in the beginning, but when we hover, it's going to have some width. We're going to have 1 height, and after, it's going to have background brand gold. So when you hover, it's going to be a golden 1 pixel high, so like a little line. We're going to just transition all. And once we also do this, we're going to put hover. So when we hover, then we want the after pseudo element to have full width, okay? Just like that. So that should be good. We need a little after translate x 1/2, I believe. I believe that is accurate, so let's try that. So you can see that that expands from the middle out instead of from the side. That's pretty nice. This is also something we could add probably to the search. So if we just go ahead and take relative and until this, I can actually also go to the search and copy paste that in, and that's going to be the same. So now when I hover over the search, it's going to be a nice little line, and it's actually the same thing for both. And I think this should be with 5h5, not 6. This is not the same. Yes, that is perfect. Good. So now we have search toggle and nav link. We also want the cart. So the final thing we need to add is underneath the nav link, we put a div. No padding on the left, but on smaller screens or above, we put a little bit of padding. And then we put the cart toggle, and inside of here, we pass the cart. So this is the cart component. So we need to put this, and when I do this, I just put F12, okay? So I select this, and then I just press F12, and then it goes to the declaration. Very, very useful. So we're just gonna go to the cart toggle, and right now the cart is pretty ugly, as you can see, so we need to start doing the cart design. But you can see that stuff is actually starting to look pretty cool. And actually, I think that there's a little problem with the padding somewhere. Yes, so this is actually where we ignored this earlier. We still need to have this padding Y. So padding Y in this part, so this is just under the header content in the header. We need to go in here and put some padding if we have not scrolled, because you can see it's not quite, there's not enough padding on the Y-axis. So we need to put padding 4, or on the bigger screen, we put padding 6. And now this is gonna start taking shape. There we go. So you can see that's really good. This looks really good. We need to fix this cart. The cart sucks right now. So let's start working on the cart. So if we go to the header CTAs and we go to the cart toggle, we have this cart toggle component right here. And this is fine, but inside of the cart banner, this is where we need to start making some changes. So firstly, the cart badge needs to change. So I'm just gonna close all of these different. That's way too much stuff open. There we go. Cool. So first we can delete this fallback header menu. We don't really care about this. We can delete the active link style. We don't need this fallback stuff. We can go and F12 on this cart badge right here. So we're jumping around a lot, but if you just follow and press F12, then it's pretty easy. So firstly, inside of this, we need to fix this layout. So we're gonna make this into a button instead of an anchor. And then we're gonna put class name. We're gonna do relative, padding 2, so that's a little space around it. Then we're gonna put when we hover, it should be text gold. And we're gonna do transition colors and duration 2, so the color has a proper transition. Now we're gonna have a very nice unclick, very, very nice unclick. So we're gonna do open. We're gonna open the cart when you click it. But not only that, we're also going to publish an event. And this is very important if you want some proper production analytics, because since we're creating a custom headless Shopify store, there's no built-in analytics that just like works out of the box for everything, right? We need to actually call these events so it logs correctly. And this is one of those places. When the person opens the cart and views the cart, we want to log this. And this event, so you can see we have autocomplete on the first one because it's the type of event. So we have the event and then the payload. In the first one here, we want to put cart viewed, because when you open the cart, well, that's when you view the cart, right? And then inside of here, we just want to pass some different data. So we want to pass the cart, the previous cart. So we already have this from the analytics. We want to pass the shop. We want to pass the URL where they did it. Or nothing. And there we go. So now we log this correctly inside of the analytics. It's very, very important. And now we can move on. So we're going to make this into a shopping bag logo. And it's going to have width 5, h5. It's actually not 5 pixels. It's 5 quarters rem. So I believe that's 4 pixels for each number in Tailwind. So first of all, if we have a count of stuff inside of the cart, this is when the cart batch should actually display something. So I'll show you in a second. So if there's more than 0 items, so if we have something in the cart, then we want to display a little icon next to the cart, right? So we just have the shopping bag, which is going to be the cart, but we also want to display a little icon saying, oh, you have 5 items in the cart. So what we want this to be is a piece of text, but it should be absolute because it's just in the corner. Then top 1, right 1, so it's in the top right, and it's a little bit offset additionally to the top and additionally to the right. So it's a little you'll see. So brand gold background, but white text. Very, very small text, so we'll do text extra small. It's going to be rounded because we want it to be a circle. It's going to be width 4 and height 4. It's going to be flex, and we're going to item center, justify center, so the text is in the middle. And then we're going to put, so actually we have text extra small, which is 12 pixels. I think we want to put 10 pixels instead. And then here we put font medium, and then we want to have a conditional here. So we want to have, first of all, the count can be null, but we know that it cannot be null because we already checked. So if the count is greater than 9, then we want to just put 9 plus. Otherwise, we put count. Does that make sense? So we basically want to display 9 plus if there's 9 or more items in the cart. Otherwise, we just display the count. Because otherwise, it's going to overflow, right? So if I save all of this, you can see that now we have a really nice cart logo. And actually, there's some, I think this padding, I think we get rid of this. So it's a little more spacing. No, I think we have this on everything. Okay, I think that's good. Cool, so we put the cart badge. We have this one, the cart toggle. I don't think we want this padding. I think we remove this div. I think that's a little nicer, right? Yeah, that's some proper spacing. Now I also want this line to be there, so I'm going to put this relative. Copy that again, and inside of this, inside of the, let me just see. Inside of this one, inside the button, we're going to put all of this good stuff. And we already have the relative position. So you can see when I hover the cart, it actually goes with this line. So it's consistent between these different elements, right? It's very nice. So when I click this, it's still not quite the best, right? You can see the header is actually on top, but now it's a really, really nice looking header. So I can go to the Vienna boot. And I know it's sold out right now, but I'm just gonna add the add to cart button regardless, so we can check when the cart has something in it. Okay, so I just made it so you can always press the add to cart button. So I pressed the add to cart button, and you can see the nice logo up here. So 1 and then 2. You can see that when we wait a couple seconds, it doesn't work properly. This is because we just need to do some more cart logic with the cart button, but you can see temporarily the nice looking cart up there. Really cool. So now we need to start designing the cart slider right here. It's pretty bad right now. It's below the header, all this different stuff. So let's get started. So the first thing we need to find out is, now we have finished the header. The header is really good right now. And we are going to go back into the Shopify store and just add the correct pages later on to the navigation menu. But for now, we can leave this alone and move on to the cart. So if we go to root right here, we can see that we have a page layout. And if I press F12 on this, we get to the page layout component. And we have a couple different things here. So we have the cart aside, search aside, mobile menu aside. So the mobile menu aside is the hamburger menu. So if I press this, we have the hamburger menu like this. And also when I press the cart, we have the cart aside like this. The search has a search aside like this. So we have a bunch of different asides. So these are the asides. So an aside corresponds to like the sliding drawer, right? So what we need to do first is we need to change the aside component, because right now the aside is below the header, which has a z index of 40. But we need to move it so that it's always on top no matter what. So inside of the aside component here, firstly, when the aside is open, it actually doesn't lock the scroll. So if we had a page where the height was a little higher, so if I go and just say, if I add a few more divs, like this one, for example, so we can start scrolling a little bit. Oh, give me a sec. So if I duplicate the main a couple times here, you see we start having a scroll. But if I open the cart, we actually still have the scroll here in the background. And so the first thing we need to do is, when the aside is open, we need to make it so that there's no scrolling in the back, because we don't want scrolling in the back when the aside is open. We want the aside to be the main character, right? So the first thing we do is, I just want to delete. I think we'll just delete everything and start from scratch. So we have this aside context, so we can see if it's open. We can see what the type is. So the aside type is the search, the cart, the mobile, the closed. So if it's closed, basically nothing is displayed, but otherwise we can start doing different stuff. So the first thing we'll do is add a couple things. So we'll do const type, and this is the active type. We can also have the close equals use aside, okay? So that's using the actual hook that we created. So we also want to use that hook inside of the aside component itself. We want to see, is it expanded? So this might be a little confusing, but it's because we use the aside component inside of the different cart asides, search asides, and mobile asides, right? So basically, we have the same component being reused multiple times. So we need to check if this has actually been expanded as the type that it has been set to be. So if it's open as the cart component, we want to, okay, then we know, okay, it's expanded because it corresponds to the currently active type in the store, because only one aside can be open at a time, right? So the first thing we want to do is lock. We want to lock the scrolling. And so we put a use effect, and this is only something that matters if it's expanded. And if it's not expanded, we just return, we don't care. Otherwise, we put scroll y. We get that. Then we store the original styles. So we get the overflow. The overflow, we get the height. We need to do a little bit more logic like this weird stuff, because otherwise the scrolling doesn't work very well for, if I just give an example. You can see that when we start scrolling, the navigation that we made has this really nice effect. And so if you have this, you open the cart, which doesn't open right now, but you open the aside, because we're doing the aside. But when the aside opens, this glitches out a little bit if we don't do this logic. And so this is the reason we're doing that. So I think the aside is open right now. But what we want to do is do this logic because of that. So we store this. These different styles. Then we lock the body. So firstly, we store the current styles. And then after that, we lock it so it's not possible to scroll. So for each of these, so I'm just holding down my Alt key. And for each of these, we're going to set them. So we're going to set the overflow to hidden because we don't want to display a scroll bar. Then the width, we're going to set that to 100%. The top, we're going to set that to minus, and this is a little confusing, but we're going to set that to minus scroll y pixels. Position is going to be fixed. Height is going to be 100. So we still see everything, but we basically lock it in its place. And then when we unmount the aside, then we set these. So this is when the aside closes, basically. Then we set them back to what it was before. So this one becomes original styles.overflow. And then for the height, width, and this. And I think we can do it a smart coding way like that. Yes. Original styles dot, then whatever the thing is, dot top. And then I like to do the semicolons like this. And then we restore the original scroll position as well. And we use dot scroll to 0 on the x-axis, and we have the stored scroll y as well. So we store the scroll position, we store the original styles, then we lock it, but then when we close the aside, we close this drawer that comes on the right side, then we go back to what it was before and unlock it, okay? This makes it much easier to do the header, because otherwise the header starts glitching out a little bit. Now, we also want it so that when you press the escape button, and this is just a quick one, we want this when we have to close. If it's not already open, we don't care. And we put keyboard event. So we're basically just going to add an event listener for the keyboard event. So keyboard event can be imported from React. And if the event.key is escape, so if I press my escape button, we just close. So this is like a nice little feature if you're on the computer, right? So what we also need to do is document.add event listener, of course, key down, and then handle escape. And then you want, of course, to, when you close the aside, we want them to not listen anymore. Key down, handle escape, right? So when you press the escape button, it just fixes itself and closes. So now we can actually code what is to be rendered. So the first thing is a div, as it is most of the time. We're going to make this into a modal. We're going to tell the browser this is a modal. And this is going to be fixed. It's going to have inset 0, and important, it's going to have z50. And you remember we set the header to be z40 or set40. So now we're going to set this to set 50, because then it's going to be on top. We're going to have some transition on the opacity. We're going to have duration 300 and ease in out. Then we're going to say if it's expanded, then we put opacity 100. Otherwise, we put opacity 0 and also no pointer events. So it's basically always visible, but we use opacity to hide it, and we also just have no pointer events because then it's hidden. That's basically the trick we're using here. I think did I make a syntax error here? I think we need a comma. Yes, just like that. A little typo on the use effect. So we have a few different parts here. So the first one is the overlay. So that's the dark overlay. So that is just going to be, and since we're inside a fixed element, we can play around with this a little more. It's much more fun when it's fixed and absolute. So we're going to have a soft black overlay, and when you click on the overlay, we're going to close. So this is when the card is open, for example, we're going to close this. I'm just going to save this to get rid of that error in the background. So that's the overlay. It's pretty simple. We actually don't need any content, so we can just use this syntax here. Then we need to have the actual panel, the aside panel, not just the overlay. So we're going to use the semantic HTML element aside. And inside of this, we're going to have a class name. And this is going to be absolute, top 0, right 0. We want it on the right side, not on the left. We're going to put height 100, display viewport height. This means that it's dynamic to the size, so if the screen changes, we're going to have width full. Also, it means that on the phone, for example, you have the browser icon in the top. Like you have this part be part of the height. It's better to have the DVH in this case because of that. So we're going to have width full, max width middle, medium. So essentially, we want it to take up as much width as possible. We don't want it to be more than 448 pixels. Otherwise, it's like a little too big. We don't need that much space. White background, some shadow. We're going to have transform. And we're going to transition on the transform. So this is the thing that slides it. We're going to use transform to slide it. We're going to have flex and flex call. I want to move this to the beginning, actually. I usually like to do position stuff, width and height stuff, and then layout stuff, and then all of this stuff after. We're going to do expanded. So if it's expanded, we're going to move it into the view. And if it's not expanded, we're going to slide it completely out of the view, right? Based on the full width of itself. And since we have the transition, this gives us the sliding effect. So inside of this, we're going to first have the header. Then we're going to have the content. Very simple layout here. And guess it, footer at the bottom, right? So actually no footer. We don't want a footer. We're going to put a header. Semantic element again. Flex item. So this is just the simple stuff. Flex item center. We're going to justify between px6, py4, border bottom, and border gray 100. So this just gives us a border between the header part and the content part. And basically all we want to do in the header part is display, okay, are we in the cart? Are we in the search field? Are we in the navigation menu? Which kind of aside are we inside of, right? And so we're going to put a font, and we're going to use Playfair, because this is going to be a big text, and we're going to use navy. And then in here, we're going to use the heading. So we actually have the heading right here as a prop. And so this would correspond to cart or search or account or a menu, for example. So when we actually use the aside, you can see that heading is search, it's cart, it's search right here, it's menu. So it's some text basically. And so if we go back down, that's what we're using right here. Oops, no AI. Then we want to have a button. And this is going to be the close button. So we're going to use the X icon from Lucid. And we're going to have it to be width 5 and height 5. And the button is going to have a class name. It's going to have a padding 2. It's going to be a little bit to the right. 400, gray 400 in text color. And when we hover, we want it to be a little bit responsive. We want transition colors and duration 300. And then we also obviously need the unclose. So when you click it, you just close the aside, right? So this is the header. It just says, oh, we're in the cart. Oh, we're in the menu. We can see in a second. Then we have the content, of course. This should take up as much space as possible. That's what Flex 1 does. It should also have scroll if it takes up too much space, so more than the height. If it's a lot of menus, for example. And then just the children. So that's the content of the cart, or the content of the search, or the content of the responsive of the menu, right? So if we save this, now it's much nicer. So you can see that first of all, we have it on top of everything, on top of the header. And you can see that we have the cart right here. So that's the H3 part, so it's really nice. This is much better than before. This is also using Playfair display. You can also see that it's the same like this. So this is the menu aside, and then we have the search aside as well. And if I press my escape button, oh, it actually doesn't work. So maybe it is ESC that I have to use. Yeah, interesting. Let's just see here. Key down, handle escape. Well, that's interesting. Well, that doesn't work quite as expected, but we won't take up much time doing that. You can maybe see the issue that I made here. But now we have the dynamic aside component, and it's on top of everything. It's really nice. You can see that this is basically done. This menu right here, it's really nice. When I'm on the phone, for example, it just opens like this, and then I have the X button. It's really nice. And if I go to the local again, I just want to go back, then you can see that it's also just on top of everything. If I go like this, it's very easy to use it. Okay, so now we have the aside. Now we want to design the cart now. So basically the cart is separated into two different states. It's going to have an empty state and it's going to have a not empty state. So when something is in the cart. So right now what we can see is it's in the empty state. It says, looks like you haven't added anything yet. Let's get you started, right? Continue shopping. So we want to replace this with something that looks a little nicer. And if I go into the product right here and add to cart, you can see that we have the cart right here, but we also want to make this a little nicer. So we want to make the cart a little nicer. And so if I just go into my aside component here where the cart is, it's actually this cart main. This one right here, this cart main component. This is where all the cart stuff happens. So if I just put some random text in and open the cart, you can see this is what we have to deal with, right? So firstly, I think we should make the cart empty state. So let's just click remove. And so we have the cart empty component, which was pre-made for us. And so this is where we can start building the empty state. So the first thing I want to do is just make a new folder called cart, because there's going to be a lot of cart components. So we're just going to take cart line item, cart main, and cart summary. They already exist. And then we're going to move those into the cart folder, right? And this should just automatically resolved if you use VS Code. So it just gave me an error a little bit, but if I refresh, that's going to fix itself. And now I have my cart main. I actually want to make cart empty into its own function, its own file. And then inside of here, I'm just going to copy the cart empty, the existing one, and just create that as a function. I prefer having it be an arrow function. We're going to make this into a link. I believe that should be pretty good. Import everything, and then we just export default cart empty, and then format it. And then we can just import that as a component. Otherwise, we're going to have way too much stuff in the same file. Okay, so now we still have the same thing. It's just in a different file system, or in a folder. So we have the cart main function. And so the next thing we should do is start designing cart empty. So if I go to cart empty right here, then we can see that it's pretty basic. I want to just delete everything except we want this close hook from user side. Firstly, if it's hidden, we just return nothing, of course, right? And otherwise we can start doing stuff. So let's make a div. And this is just static design because it's just empty. So we could either link this to some sort of CMS like content inside of Shopify so that the user can do it themselves. In this video, we're just going to make some nice static design and hard code the text. But you could also set this up so that it loads from Shopify itself. So we're going to have flex with columns. It's going to have items centered. Everything centered, center. Then we're going to say height is full and it's padding 6. So I actually want the height to be there. Then this is separated into a couple different things. So I want an icon, like an empty shopping bag. Then I want some content. And then I want a call to action, like a primary call to action. And then I want something which points to the collection/all. And then some kind of contact information. So basically just a bunch of different stuff that we can display. This is anything you want, right? Because it's just a static empty cart. So we are going to make a div, and it's going to be relative. It's going to have some margin from the bottom, maybe a little more, maybe 8 instead. And the first thing we're going to do is, this is going to just be a stylish div with no content. And this is going to be absolute. It's going to be inset null, background brand cream. So we're going to use the cream color right now. It's going to have rounded full. And it's going to be scale, so it's going to have slightly larger scale. Blur, XL, opacity 50. So this is a circle, basically, if you can see that. Then we're going to have inside of the circle, we want a shopping bag. So this is going to be relatively large. This is also cream, rounded full, flex, item center, justify center. So we put the bag in the middle of this circle. And then we put a shopping bag icon. Again, this is from Lucid React. I like Lucid React, but you can use icons from anywhere. Phosphor icons, React icons, everything's pretty good. But I like Lucid React. We're gonna make this into width 8 and height 8. Then we're also gonna put text brand navy, so it's navy color. Make sure that we keep this coloring consistent, very important. So already, if I refresh this and let this update for a second, we can see that we now have this nice circle with the shopping bag inside. Now I want this content. So max width medium, space wide 4. We're going to have a heading element, and it's going to say your shopping cart is empty. This is going to be using the Playfair font, text 2XL, and it's going to be navy color. Okay, and under this we want a smaller element, and it's going to use font source because it's body. It's going to have slightly gray, and it's going to be relaxed on the leading. And this is going to say discover our collection of handcrafted footwear. Just like this. Some nice branding messaging, basically. Contemporary elegance, like this. So if I just save, you can see that this is starting to take shape a little bit. Now the next thing I want is this primary call to action. It should be inside of this. I actually think that we want all of this in the same thing. That's just easier. Let's do that. So primary call to action. So this is going to be a link. And it's not going to be a navigation link. It's going to be just a normal link. So this is going to say explore our products. And then it's going to have an arrow right. W5, H5, ML2, so it's a little spaced between them. Firstly, let me just see if it's imported correctly. Yes, it is. So in the link, we're going to have 2, and it's going to say /collections/all. So this links to /collections/all. Then, oh, and we need to close the arrow. That's why it's giving me this red error stuff. We need to close the aside when you click it. We want to prefetch on intent, and then we need some styling. So it's going to be inline flex, items center, justify center. Then it's going to be some padding in the side, some padding top and bottom, some margin from the top, so it's spaced a little bit further from this part right here. Then we want the background to be navy. We want the text to be white. And this is going to be a body font. We want it to be medium. And then when you hover, I want it to be, so if we have this as navy, I think we need to make a new, I want it to be like a slightly darker navy. So if I go into Tailwind config, navy light, let's say, I want this to be 2A, 3A, 4A. Just save that. Because I want it so that when you hover, it's going to be brand navy light. Just like that. And let's transition all. And we'll do duration 300. So you can explore the products now. So let's see what that looks like. So that's pretty cool. Pretty nice. Now underneath this, we're going to have the collections quick link. So a div, some padding from the top, spacing between the elements, a border from the top as well. So we can separate this a little bit. So there's some padding and some margin as well. We can play with the spacing because we have lots of space, right? So that's why we have so much spacing, padding, margin. You can play with the spacing. So we'll do text small, text gray 400. We'll do uppercase and do some track and wide. This basically says featured products. And underneath featured products, what we want is, well, a way to see the featured products. So we'll do text centered, similar to this. And then we'll do one link. This also goes to /collection/all. And when we do unclick, we just close the aside, of course. So it's going to redirect and also close the aside, both at the same time. Text gold, hover, text. And we actually need to add a gold dark. So let's just separate these a little bit. So I want a darker kind of gold. So this should be B3 9 333, like that. So it's just a slight accent. So this is a slightly darker gold. We'll want the transition colors and duration 300, of course. Inside of here, it's going to just say view all. So let's see what that looks like. So it's still loading. Yeah, there we go. So it gives me this slightly accented version of gold. It's nice. Inside of the contact information, this is the final part of the empty state of the card. We'll do text small, text gray 500, and some padding from the top again. Leave some space. We'll do a P, which says need assistance. Contact our atelier. So atelier is like contact our support, but atelier is like a premium kind of support. Kind of how you would have a what you call, like the person at the hotel, just kind of sort things out for you, like atelier. Font source. And then under this, we're going to have the link, of course, to the email. So we're going to have an href. Actually, let's go to the next line. Href equals, so you can make it so that they send the mail instantly. And then this would just be the email. So cadence.com. This is not the actual email, but that would be where you would want to put the email. We put the gold text, and we put the text dark gold, and we transition colors with 300 duration again. Inside of here, we put atelier at cadence.com, so it actually displays something. And then now we have the empty state of the shopping cart. Really nice, look at that. So cool. So that's the empty state, but now we need to work on the state where there's actually something in the cart. So this still needs some work. So let's get to it. So we have the empty state right here, but now we also need to work on the cart line item and the cart summary. So both of these, we need to fix those. So let's start with the cart line item, okay? So if I go to cart line item right here, so if we just scroll down a little bit, I'm just gonna take all of this and delete the initial render right here. And so we can start redesigning this, and I'm just gonna create a div, and that's gonna be a flex with some gap, some padding right here. That's gonna be a bottom on the bottom. So this is for every single item inside of the cart. So if we have multiple items, that's gonna be a little border between them. Then we have border gray 100. We'll make the border gray. Now we have a couple different things we want inside of this. So first of all, we want the product image. And so keep in mind that if we just put flex without determining whether it's a row or column, it's going to be a row. So this is actually a row. So we'll do product image in the top on the left side, I guess. Then we're going to have the product details on the right side. And so what we want to do now is just create the product image. So that's just going to be a simple class, a simple div with relative, because we're going to put an image inside of it of the size 2424. We're going to put 50 background because we want it to be a little lighter, but we also want it to be visibly a background. We want a little bit of rounding, and if there is some scroll, we don't want to display any of that. Then we want to just make sure that there is actually an image as part of the product. So that's what we get from the merchandise, which we get from the cart line. So inside of the image, and actually we'll probably go ahead and I think we'll do that in this part right here. So we'll put image. An image is a component that we can import straight from Shopify Hydrogen. And so this is optimized for fast loading. So we're going to first put an alt text, and that's actually going to be the title. So that's going to be the title of this line item. Then we're going to put aspect ratio. So we want a square, so that's 1/1. Then instead of putting source, which you usually would do on an image, we're going to put data. And data just accepts an image. And an image is just the image that we have loaded from the Shopify storefront API. Inside of this, we're going to put class name, and we're going to do object cover. We're going to make it expand inside of the parent, so that's going to be 2424. We're going to make it lazy loading, so it doesn't block the page from loading until the image has loaded. We don't want to do that. We want to load it lazily. And then we also want to define something called sizes. So these are just the different variants that it can load in, so that it can load a lower quality picture if it's a smaller screen, and also a higher quality picture when it's a bigger screen. So we are going to do something like this. So this means that from 0 to 768 pixels, we're going to load it based on 100% of the viewport width. If we're larger than 1200 pixels, we're only going to do it based on 50% of the viewport width, because now the width is higher. We don't need the picture to be that big. And then 33 after that as a default. So that is what we're going to do with the image. Then for the product details, we're going to make a div. And in here, we're going to put flex1. So this is just going to fill out the remaining available space on the line. Inside of this, we're going to put a link. And we'll just, actually, I think we'll do it like this. And we're going to prefetch with intent. So this is basically if you want to click back into the product right here, you can just click on it and access the product still to, if you want to go and check some details before you buy it. So we're going to go, this is going to refer straight to the line item URL, which we have here. So this is actually obtained by just using the built-in hook that we get automatically from the default project. So use variant URL actually just constructs the URL for us using these functions that were already created. So we have the line item URL, and we're just going to use that. So this just redirects us back to the product, which is pretty convenient. And then on click, we're going to do close. So we're just going to close the layout. And actually, I think we can simplify that a little bit. We can make it into this instead. And then we're going to do class name. and just say block like that. And inside of here, we're going to put an H3, and that's just going to be the product title. So if you click on the product title, that's just going to redirect you. We're going to set this to use playfile, and it's going to be a base font size, and it's going to be navy color. We're going to have a little bit of information, a little bit of margin on the bottom, so it doesn't feel too dense. And then we're going to truncate it in case that the product name is too large. So this automatically gives us the, the ... if it's too big. So on slightly smaller screens. So under this, we're going to have product options. So if there are different variants, this is where we are going to put the options that we have selected. So we're going to say div right here. And we're going to put some margin. We're going to put some space, a little bit of spacing. And then we're going to do selected options. And again, this is something we already have access to through the cut line, which is very convenient. And we're going to just map through these. So each option, we can just return an element directly. So this is just going to give us a key, and we can use the option.name. Perhaps even better, we can use product.id dash option.name in case we have multiple products in the cart with the same option names. We don't want to have anything clash. So we want to do this. Then we'll just expand a little bit. We want class name as well, of course, to specify the text. We want the text to be, first of all, we want the text to be source sans pro. And then we do text small, and we'll do a gray 500, something like that. I think that's going to look pretty good. Then we'll go ahead and do option.name. So that's the name of the option. So that could be something like shoe size, for example. And then we can do, or like the color or something like that. And option.value, and that would be, size 9 or red color. So we map through these and just display those because those must be displayed for the person to see. Otherwise, it's a confusing cart. And now we want the price and quantity. Controls. And we'll just start out with a div again, of course. We'll do a little more margin than before. We'll do flex, items, center. We'll justify between. So, of course, this is going to be a row. And we have already a cart line quantity adjuster. Oh, actually, we haven't created this yet. So we need to create that in just a second. So I'm just going to leave that red right there. And then right next to this, we want the price, of course. So it's the price right here. And we want to put class name. And this is going to be source, of course. And font medium, we want it a little more than just regular font because it's the price. We want it to be a little more visible. And here we're going to put product price. And the price is going to come from the line dot cost dot total amount. And that's going to be that. Now we need to make the cart line quantity adjuster. So I'm going to just hit save, and we will probably get an error. Now this is the default cart line quantity adjuster, but we don't actually want that. We want to create a custom styled one, because otherwise it doesn't look quite coherent. So if we just create cart line quantity adjuster, first of all, we need to get the cart line type, this one right here. So we're just going to do this, and we're going to just import. And then we can start making the cart line quantity adjuster equals this, and it accepts the line as a prompt, as a prop. Actually, I like to do this. Cart line. This is a little cleaner. Like this. And so this accepts the line, and we're going to export default cart line quantity adjuster like this. And then inside of here, we can import that. And now we're going to have another error because we just need to pass the line. And there's another error because we're not returning anything yet. So if we just do an empty div, now it's all good. Cool. So the first thing we need to do is basically this line may be undefined. So we need to check if the line is actually like properly. So we need to check if the line is actually set and not undefined or null or something. So if we say if the line is not set, or the type of line.quantity is undefined, then we return null straight away. We don't want to mess with that, right? So now we know the line is valid. We can get a bunch of different information. So we want to get the line ID, we want to get the quantity, and also something called isOptimistic. IsOptimistic is basically something where if I update the cart quantity, say I increase it from 1 to 2 shoes, to 2 items in the cart, if it's optimistic, then it will instantly update on my UX, even though it needs to make a call to the database to trigger the cart to update in the store, so it's stored properly. But if it's optimistic, it will assume that it has already gone through correctly while it's still going. So we're going to set all of this to equal line, just unpacking it, and we're going to say the previous quantity is a number, and it's the maximum between, so we limit it to 0, it can't be less than 0, and quantity minus 1, right? It's pretty simple. And we're going to just do to fixed 0, because if there's any problem, we're just going to round it. And we're going to do a similar thing to next quantity, except this is a little simpler. So this is just quantity plus 1. And we just round the quantity just in case. We never know what can be input in the quantity. So now we have this empty div. We have all the different variables we need. So we're going to make flex. We're going to have items be centered, and we'll do a little bit of a gap. We'll do a cart line update button. And this is a component that we have not yet created. And inside of this, we'll just create that. So I'm just going to quickly make that, and we can import it and change it in just a sec. So that's going to look like that. Then we can have a span saying this is the current quantity. This is going to use the source font. It's going to have a width that's limited, and it's still going to center the text. And then we're going to have another update button. So imagine it goes left to right. So this is on the left, this is in the middle, and this is on the right. So this would be the minus button. This is the current quantity, and then this is the plus button right there. So right now we don't have anything. We can see it's starting to take shape, right? It's pretty cool. And inside of this one, we can start. No, we just need to add one more thing. So we also need to add the remove button. So cart line remove button. So there's these three things we need to add. So I'm just going to add this one as well, so we can get rid of these errors. Cool. So let's start out with the cart line update button. So this is another component we need to create, and it's pretty simple. So it takes 2 props. One of them is children. So that's React Node, and the other one is the lines. And that's going to accept the cart line update input. And so when you want to update the cart in Shopify, you need to pass to Shopify to the cart, when you do the fetch request, you need to pass the lines that you want to update. And so that's why it's an array and not just one line, if that makes sense. So first we're going to make a state variable that just tracks whether we're currently updating. And that's just going to default to false, like that. And then inside of this, we're actually going to make a cart form. So this is a Hydrogen component. And this takes care of a lot of different stuff for us to update the cart in Shopify correctly. So first of all, we're going to route this to cart. So this means that when you interact with the cart form, it will make a call. It's going to make a GraphQL request to /cart. And if we go to the cart page right here, the action is going to be what it runs. So you can see when the cart form is being triggered to do something, for example, if we want to update something, then which we're going to set it to, then this one right here is going to trigger. So we're going to trigger the lines update inside of /cart, which is cart.csx action. And then it's going to call update lines like this. And then that's going to update the cart correctly. So that's why we put /cart. Then we're going to put the action. And the action, of course, is going to be from the cart form. And inside of here, we put action.actions.lines update. So you can see this corresponds with the action inside of the cart /cart endpoint. So we're going to do cart form.actions.lines update. And that corresponds to the action that we are asking it to do to the cart. Then we have to put inputs as well. And so actually we need to just get the information out from here. Like this. And so inside of inputs, all we need to do is put lines. And so it just takes lines. And then inside of the cart form, we have access to the fetcher. So we can decide when we want to call for the cart to update. And so what we're going to do is, based on the fetcher that we have, we're going to make an inline React component, if that makes sense. And so this returns something, but we can also add, we can also do some stuff with hooks, because imagine this part right here is actually its own component. It's its own inline React component. So this acts as an isolated React component, because the children of cart form accepts anything where you can use the fetcher, and that's a React node, and you can make a React component and it counts as a React node. So this is actually just a React component, and therefore we can use hooks inside of it, which is cool. So we're going to use effect and do fetcher.state. So when the state of the fetcher, which is the variable we are using to call the backend to update the cart, when this changes, so if the fetcher.state equals loading, for example, then we want to set updating to true in our parent component up here. And if it's not, if it's just fetcher.state is idle, so this is when it's done, then we want to do a slightly delayed set updating to false, and just a slight delay to make it a little smoother, because we're going to have a little smooth transition. So inside of here, we're going to put, let me just think here. So, okay, so we need to have two return statements. One is just return children from the parent. So this is just the default when we're not currently updating. But if we are updating, we want to return a loading state. Okay, so we return something else inside of here. So this is loading state. So when we say +1 on my shoes, on my product inside the cart, it's going to set updating to true, and then it's going to return a loading state. So we're going to make it so it's a spinner. So we're going to have relative inline flex, item center, and justify center, so it's like fully centered. Then inside of here, we're going to have a div that is just for styling, and then another div for some stuff inside. Inside this div, we're going to have a loader2. I just like the loader2. We can also just use the normal loader, but I like loader2 a little more. We're going to use class name, width 4, height 4, animate spin. And then we're going to do text brand gold, so it's a golden spinner. We need to close this as well. I always forget to close these. Then we have absolute, inset 0, flex, item center, justify center, just so that it's perfectly centered, no problems there. And then this is some styling stuff. So we're going to say opacity 50. So this gives us 50% transparency, and then pointer events none. And then actually this also contains our children. So it makes the plus icon, if you will. So it could be a plus or a minus icon. It makes it into something that is a little transparent, and then on top of it, it puts a loading animation. So it's going to look pretty cool. And so I believe that's it for this, for the cart line update button. So we now have some errors and we need to go back into the cart line item and fix this. And so inside of the cart line quantity adjuster, we have this right here, and we're gonna put a button. And inside of this, we're gonna have a couple different things. So it's gonna be disabled if the quantity is less than or equal to 1. Because if the quantity is 1, you should just press the X button to remove it. And if it's less than 1, well, obviously, you shouldn't be able to decrease it. This is the minus button. And so inside of here, we're going to have a minus icon. And this is going to be a little smaller than our other icons, like this. There we go. And we still have an error. Ah, yeah, we need to give it the lines like this, I believe. So I think if we do line, perhaps. I need to just think one sec. Ah, yes. So we can make it a simple line. So we have the line ID, obviously, and then we also just need to pass the quantity. And the quantity is actually the previous quantity. There we go. Good. So that's perfect. Actually, I don't think it's previous quantity. I think it's just quantity. Let's try that. See what happens. Cool. In the class name, we're going to do... We need to do some inline logic, so that's why I'm doing it in this way. So we're going to do width 8, height 8, flex, item center, justify center. We want the minus just perfectly centered, of course. Then we want it to be rounded a little bit. We want the border. We want transition on the colors and nothing else. And then we want a little bit of logic. So if the quantity is less than or equal to 1, then we do border gray 200 and text gray 300. Otherwise, we do border gray 200, hover, border gray 400, text gray 500, like this. And that's going to give us some nice styling. Now, we also need to do the next one right here. So actually, let me just think here. I think quantity, because we're updating here, inputs lines. I think because it's the minus button, we want to do previous quantity. That's the reason. So I'm going to do that. And inside of the update button right here, we're just going to copy paste. Actually, let me just copy paste the whole thing. That's a little easier. We get the lines as well. We copy paste this. And inside of here, instead of quantity, we do next quantity, right? Just like that. So for this line, we want to set the quantity to next when we press the update button. That's what the update is. That's what that is. I had myself confused. Cool. So disabled, we're just going to remove disabled. And this is the same, except we don't need this conditional. We can just do the last part right here, like that. Just check if this looks all good. I think this looks good. We also obviously need to update it to be a plus instead. I think that's pretty accurate. Good. So I think that's good for the quantity adjuster. Now we need to do the remove button. But let's see what it looks like right now. So we have 0 on here, and that's because we didn't do the add to cart button properly yet, but you can see that there's some stuff that works, but it's not quite there yet. So let's do the remove button first. We'll do one thing at a time here. So the remove button needs to accept a couple props. So we do a type for the props. Then we'll do line IDs, which is an array of strings. And then we'll do disabled, like, is it disabled, yes or no? And then line IDs, disabled. And then that's going to be from the props right here. And then this is also a cart form, just like our update component. and it also goes to /cart in the same way. But now in the action part right here, instead of using the cart form.actions.update, so we used the lines update before. Now we're going to use lines remove because it's a remove button, right? And the inputs are line IDs because when you press this, we want to remove these lines, this array right here. So that's pretty simple. So we're going to make that a button, and that's just going to have an X inside of it. Class name is going to be W4, H4 to set the width. And then we're going to style the button a little bit. I'm actually going to make it, we need to do it conditionally because if it's disabled, we need to show some different stuff. So a little margin on the left, text gray. So keep in mind, this is the same type of gray that we used for the other stuff over here. We used 400 and 500, so we need to keep that consistent. That's the reason for that. And we want to transition the colors and then some logic. So if it's disabled, we want to do something, otherwise we do nothing. So if it's disabled, we want to make it a little transparent, and we also want to make the cursor into a not allowed cursor, because then the user can see that they can't click on it. Just like that. And let me just check something. Yeah, so that looks good to me, I believe. With the class name. Yeah. I was just confused with the error. Yeah, so we have this, of course. So inside of here, what we want to do is line IDs equals line ID. And so this is just an array with the single line ID because we have a remove button for every single line item in the cart. And then we also want to disable this if isOptimistic is true. And isOptimistic is going to only be set to true if we're in the loading state and we have done something optimistically, if that makes sense. So it's going to update immediately, but then we want to disable it while it's still loading, right? So we're going to update the numbers, but we want to still disable it so that you can't just spam the same button, is the reasoning. Otherwise, you get some glitches. So that is that. I think that should be pretty good. I should be able to remove this now. You can see the shopping cart has been emptied, so that's a pretty good sign. Very, very cool. Starting to get something, eh? And so you can see that I think we're starting to have some issues with the add to cart button, so I think we should maybe work on the add to cart button now. So we're inside of the add to cart button, and the first thing I'm going to do again is just delete everything because we're going to make a bunch of different changes here. The first thing I want to do is just do added to cart, set added to cart, use state, boolean, and that's going to be false. So this is a temporary state. After we have added to the cart, we want to just quickly have a state where it said, it has been added to the cart, right? So we're going to do use effect, and when added to cart changes, we want to run this. Then we want to do let timeout, and this is going to be a node.js.timeout object. We just cast it to this type because otherwise there's a bunch of different timeout stuff and TypeScript gets confused. So if added to cart is true, so that means if we just updated added to cart and it has been set to true, then we're going to set the timeout to set timeout. And we do this because then we can cancel it when we unmount. And so for 2.5 seconds, we're going to be able to display this temporary state, if that makes sense. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to return clear timeout. So if the user navigates to another page, we don't want to keep the timeout. We don't want to keep the browser engaged in this timeout. So that's the first thing we want to do. I think, let me just think right here. I want to also add after add to cart. And this should be an optional void. And so this is something that gets called after the add to cart has completed 100%. So now we can start designing. We're going to wrap everything around a cart form because this is something which updates the cart, of course, since it's an add to cart function, an add to cart component. So this routes to /cart, and it's going to take the lines as an input. Now for the action, we're going to put cart form.actions .lines add, right? So very simple. We've made the thing that updates it for the quantity for the plus and minus. We've made the thing that removes it for the cart line remove button, and now we're making the thing that adds to the cart. So inside of here, again, we can use the fetcher, and now we have a component. So this returns something like this, and now we can just work on a component inside of here. So this, again, it's a React component, so we can use hooks. So I'm going to make a isLoading, and if the fetcher state is not idle, that means we're loading, okay? And then I'm going to add a useEffect hook. And this should update when the fetcher.state updates, or if the fetcher.data updates. Because what we want to do is say fetcher.state is idle, and the fetcher.data is valid, and there are no fetcher.data.errors, because sometimes you can have errors. Like this. Okay, that's very good. Then we set added to cart to true. So this is after the fetcher, which is the object we're using to make some requests to update the cart properly. We set added to cart to true, because we've just added to the cart if it's idle. And then we also call after add to cart. And this is an optional, and that's why we use the question mark like this. Actually, this is a bit cleaner. Doing like that, yes. We want to do this because after we add to cart, I want to open the cart drawer. That's the reason, and we're going to use that. We're going to use this object to do that. So the next thing we're going to do is just have a diff right here. This is just going to have relative. Then we're going to have a hidden input field, and this is going to be tracking some analytics. And it's going to have type hidden. And the value is just JSON.stringify analytics. This is so we can track the analytics inside of this form, okay? It's very important because we want to know if the person presses the cart button, and this is what allows us to do that. So now we have this hidden analytics. We're going to make a button, and this is going to be the base button. We're going to make type submit. OnClick is just the onClick. So we already have an onClick function right here. We're going to do disabled equals disabled or is loading. So it's also disabled if we're loading, okay? And then we're going to have a class name. Now the class name is going to be relatively long because there's a lot of stuff we want to do in here, but let's just start. So we have width full, a little bit of padding. So this padding is basically going to make the button take up some more space because we want to make this feel really cool. Then we want the background to be navy. We want the hover background to be navy light. Then we want the disabled to be, let me just think here. So we want the disabled to be BG brand, and then we use this gray color. Also, when it's disabled, we want cursor not allowed. So this shows that you can't use the cursor. And we're just going to go, I'm just going to go in front here because that's a little cleaner. We're going to have text white. It's going to have source font. It's going to be base text. It's going to have tracking wider. And then we're going to have transition all. As you can see, this is already getting pretty long. I think it's a little better if we go for something like this where we can do multi-line styling. So let's do something like this. Yeah, I think this is better. So I just need to be able to copy this. There we go. So let's go to the next line. Maybe we can do this on the next line. Yeah, this is much better. Okay, good. So we want transition all. yeah, like this. Transition all, duration 300, ease in out. We also want flex. We want item center, justify center. So this just centers all the text in the middle, both on the X and Y axis. A little bit of gap in case we have, for example, an icon or something like that, because we're gonna have a loading. Then we want to put relative, overflow hidden. And then we're gonna add a pseudo element. So we're gonna put before, and this is gonna make it feel very fancy. So this is like a white sliding overlay when you hover. So it's gonna look very cool. So the content is obviously nothing right here, but it's gonna have absolute. We're gonna put top 0, left 0. Oh, I'm typoing. Before, left 0. So much Tailwind syntax, it's crazy. Before, so it's gonna be full width. It's gonna be full height. It's gonna have white background, but it's gonna be only a little bit visible, only 10%. Then we're gonna put before, translate X minus 100%. Translate X minus 100% means that it is 100% offset to the left side, because that's what minus X in the X-axis does. Then what we want is say hover. So when you hover on the button, the before, we change the translate X to 100%. So if we went to 0%, then the white overlay, it would just simply make the button white and slide in from the left. But we go 100%, which means it slides across from all the way to the left and it's hidden to all the way to the right and it's hidden afterwards in a very nice effect. So we're gonna do before, transition, transform. So this just makes it so that it actually has a transition and it's just not just instant. Then we're gonna do hover. No, actually, we're gonna do before and duration 700, of course. So we're gonna make it 700 because otherwise it's a little too fast. And if it's disabled, we just hide it completely. So a lot of styling on this button, but that's what makes it feel super premium. So inside of this button, we want to do a couple different things. So we want a few different states. So if isLoading is true, so if we're currently loading, actually I'm just gonna make this into an operator similar to this because it's an if else. So if isLoading, we want to display something. If added to cart, we'll just make an empty thing. Then we want to display something. And if we're not loading and we're not added to cart, that means that we're just in the default state. The button is just there, nothing is happening. And that's what this is. We'll just start adding a little bit of stuff so we avoid some annoying errors. Cool, so for the isLoading part, inside of here, we want loader2. I just like loader2 a little more. And we're gonna do class name, and it's gonna be width 5, height 5, and animate spin. We're gonna make it spin around, like that. We're just gonna close this. Inside of this, we're gonna put span, and it's gonna say adding to cart. So that's what happens while it's currently adding to the cart. And we're just gonna do medium font. Let me just think here. Did we declare source? Yeah, so we already have set font to source, so we don't need to do that down here. Yep, so now we're gonna make a check icon. So this is once we have added to the cart. Again, basically the journey is you click the button, it displays the loading state until it's done adding to the cart, and then it displays the added to the cart state for 2.5 seconds, because that clears after 2.5 seconds up here, right? And so this is like a this is like a confirmation. So we're gonna do class name w5 h5. Want to make sure that these icons are consistent with each other in the size. Otherwise, it's gonna jump around a little bit. Maybe on one line. Added to cart. We'll do an exclamation point. Maybe we can do some dots here. Actually, no, because we have the spinner. We'll do medium here as well. And then finally, right here, we're just gonna copy this in like this. Instead of this, we're gonna use a shopping bag. and we're going to just put nothing except children. So you should be able to decide yourself what you want to the add to cart button to say. So that makes that more dynamic. Now, if it's loading, we also want it to have some absolute effects that are a little more fancy than this. So I'm going to make a premium loading indicator. And this is loading. If that's true, then we display a div. And we actually just display another div inside. And they both have class names, of course. This one is absolute. It's on the bottom. It's on the bottom left. But it's width full, so it's actually the whole thing. And it's only width, it's only 2 pixels wide, okay? And so this is like a little line that goes from the left to the right, right? You know, when you load something in the browser, sometimes some websites, they have a loading state in the top. And it's essentially the little loading line going from the left to the right to signify progress. So we're going to make this into a cream background. And this right here is going to have full width, full height. It's going to have a gradient background, and it's going to go to the right. So background gradient goes to the right, so from left to right. And it's going to go from brand gold. So as it progresses, it goes from gold. So gold means progress, and 2 is navy. And it's going to animate this using animate progress. And we need to actually define this inside of our Tailwind config. So if we go into the tailwind.config.ts, which we created earlier, then we can go inside of the theme and extend. And under extend, what we need to do is, I just need to make sure we're in the right level. Yeah, so under font family, we do animation. Oh, this is not true. One sec. And so animate progress is actually something we need to create ourselves. So I'm just going to go inside of a tailwind.css right here. Actually, I think it's better to do it in app.css. And at the very top maybe, something like this. Yeah, it's right next to progress. Makes it easier. We're going to make the animate progress. Oh, it's already there. Okay, cool. So that's already going to work. Great. And animate progress is actually just a built-in. So we already have this in app.css right here. So this comes along with the default project. So now if I have the add to cart button, and I'm just going to search for where we have this. So inside of the product form right here, we have the add to cart button. And inside of add to cart, we have this. We want to make sure that it's available for sale. I'm just going to remove this because I don't think we actually have them available for sale in the Shopify store. This is just fine. We have add to cart. Yeah, that's perfect. And so if we just go back and look, we have add to cart, and you can see that it has this super fancy sliding effect like that. And so if I click this, you can see that it has this loading effect. But you can see that right now, on click, it opens the cart immediately. Instead of doing this on click, we want after add to cart to do this. And that's the reason we did after add to cart. And so what we have now is add to cart. You see the little line of progress in the bottom, and now we have added to the cart. Now, we still have a couple issues regarding this quantity, so let's just have a look at that now. So I actually found out that the reason we can't get higher than 0 in the quantity is because in the Shopify store, if you see the request here on the right side of the screen, you can see that we get a message saying this is actually already sold out. So if we just head back to the Shopify store right here, I'm just going to make it so that there's a bunch of stock. So give me just a moment. Yeah, so the problem here is we have track quantity, but we actually just don't want that. So I'm just going to go through each different product and remove the track quantity. And so remember, if you're just doing a mock store like this, you don't have to track the quantity. Obviously, if you're doing a live store, you might want to track the quantity, of course. Otherwise, you're going to sell too much stuff and not know what's in your warehouse. So now we have done all of this. I can go back, and now this behavior should probably work correctly. So I'm just going to give it a quick refresh right here, and then we'll try again. I'm just going to close this. We'll add to cart. See, this is pretty fancy. And notice the little line when I press. So I'm going to press now. Pressing. So you see the little line. Very cool. And now we have the correct behavior. So I can increase the quantity just like that. There we go. And you can see that it correctly adds the price together. And the only thing we need to fix right now is, and I can also remove the products, obviously. If I add to cart again, we have a problem. Because it didn't optimistically do it properly. Okay, so a little bit more work to do. So if I go add to cart, if I slowly wait and click this, now it's going to work fine. But I want to, we'll fix this in just a sec, but I want to be able to add to the cart and then also have it be properly displayed in the summary here at the bottom. So let's just work on the summary, and then we can get this optimistic state stuff to work properly. So back in the code, we have the cart main right here, and you can see we just finished cart empty, we finished cart line item, except we need to just handle the quick optimistic state, and then we also need to now do the cart summary. And so inside of cart summary, we can go ahead and I think I'm going to just start from fresh right here. So this is going to be a relatively simple component. We just want a div. This is just, we just want to display pretty much everything. We want the same padding. So we have padding 6 on the x-axis and 8 on the y-axis. This is similar to what we have in other parts of the cart, so make sure that it's consistent. Now we want to display the subtotal. We also want to display discounts, gift cards, and then we want a checkout button, because we need a button so that they can go to the checkout, and any extra information. So this is, you know, basic stuff like contact information or secured checkout, etc. So inside the subtotal, we'll do div, like a class name. It's going to be item center, justify between, and before. This is going to have a span. That's going to say subtotal. It's going to have text gray, 600. 600 is a little darker than the others, but it's because subtotal acts like as our little tiny header. So inside of here, we want to now display the money. So we'll do span and class name and do font source again, and then font medium. And then we want the cart.cost.subtotal amount. So if this has been set, then we want to display money. And here we just put in the data. We put data cart.cost.subtotal amount. We need to just add a quick question mark to this. Actually, we don't, because we already checked it. And if this has not been set, we need to just display a fallback. So this is just nothing. We'll do a dash. I think that makes more sense. So that's the subtotal. So if I just save this and let it update, you can see the subtotal is a little cleaner now. A little more clean. Now I'll do the extra information first, and then we'll do these 3 components after. So in terms of the extra information, what we'll do is this is going to be some margin top, space on the y-axis, and we're going to make this into 2 different divs with some stuff in it. So one is going to say that you can get gift wrapping. The other one is going to say that it's a secure checkout, which is powered by Shopify. Okay, so that's what these are. So the first one, we're going to just make a class saying flex, items center, gap 2, text small, and we're going to do text gray 500. Inside of this, we're going to put a gift from Lucid React. We're going to do with 4, height 4, just like that. And then we'll do span, and inside of the span, we're going to put complementary gift wrapping available. And then for this second one, we're just going to copy that. For this second one, we're going to put secure checkout powered by Shopify, because we're building on Shopify. We'll do a credit card icon instead of the gift. And now let's get to these 3 components. So we need to actually make 3 different components now. So one is going to be called cart discounts. And now we already have a component, I believe, called cart discounts, but we want to move this into its own file. So the first thing I'm going to do is just take all of this code, and I'm going to do Control X to crop it. And then I'm going to make cart discounts.tsx and paste that in. Then we'll do export default cart discounts, like that. And then we just need to import update discount form. So update discount form actually goes alongside. I believe we might be able to take this with us. So this is a little helper component. We'll just import cart form like this from Hydrogen, and now we have no more errors. And now you can already see that we have the complementary gift wrapping available. We have secure checkout powered by Shopify. We have this very basic discount code, which now we should style. So if we go to cart discounts, I want to style this a little bit, because that makes it look a little nicer. So the first thing we'll do is just, I'll go ahead and delete. So I'm just going to go here and do return and delete everything here. Now what we need inside of this, and I'll delete the codes as well. Actually, we need the codes, so we'll keep those. So what I'll go ahead and do is, and this is just for design, we're not going to do the full discount logic, a little too much for this episode, but we're going to have it be 2 states. So an initial state, which starts at false, and then we're going to do an input ref, use ref. That's going to be HTML input element, and that's going to be set to null default, of course. Then we just want to return. The weather is a little bad outside right now, so apologies for any noise. We're going to do py for border on the top. The reason we do border on the top is because, of course, the discount code is going to be right here. We're going to do border gray 100. And then the first thing we're going to do is show the applied discounts. And that we can do if the code's.length is greater than 0. Then we can do this. Now, I'm actually not going to build this because we're not going to build the part that applies the codes. So we don't want to display the codes. But this is where you would do something where you could map the codes and show all of them and show each of the discounts. I'll make a separate video going over this. So inside of this, we're going to have the discount input, which is the main star of the show here. So we want show input. If show input is true, then we want to use this update discount form with discount codes. And this one actually gives us a fetcher. And we want to handle the loading state. And therefore we want the fetcher.state. And we just need to return something, otherwise we're going to get a bunch of red annoying errors. There we go. So inside of here, what we want is, let me just see here. So I think we just need to update this one first. So I just want to update to be the same type. So we'll just do fetcher any type and do react.react node like this. We can do that, by the way, because card form passes that to the children. So the first thing we want is to make a class name and say flex and do gap2. Then we do another div right here and say relative and flex1, so it expands completely. Then the next thing we do is create an input field. And this input field is where we are going to pass in the input ref. We're going to put type equals text because it's a text input field. Discount code. So this is the input field where the user will put in that discount code. So when we have clicked the button to open the discount code input field, it will show the input, and this is that input field. So that's just the text input field. We'll just have a placeholder that says enter promo code. We'll add a few different classes. First of all, it should take the width, have some padding. We want a nice rounded border. And then when you focus, I want to hide the outline. Sometimes you have an outline, but I don't really want that. I would rather just use the border instead and have that be navy. So I think I can use this. Yes. Source and then text SM. So that's the class name right there. And we'll disable this if we are currently in a loading state. Then right underneath this, we'll do if is loading. I'm going to use the loader2 icon. That's going to be a spinning. And it's going to be a gray loader. And in the parent, we're just going to go absolute right to top 1/2. And we're going to just translate that so that it fits properly with the width of itself, like so. Then at the end of this, we're going to have a button. And this button is going to say apply. So this is the button where we say, this is the current apply button, as you can see right here. So this is going to have type submit. The class name is going to be a conditional because we want to change some classes if it's currently loading. Some padding. Some navy background. White text. We want to round it a little bit. Small font. We want to use the source font. We want to transition the colors. Let's go for duration 300. And then we want to say if we are loading, then something, otherwise something else. So if we're loading, then we want to do opacity 50 and display cursor not allowed. Because the loader is going to be on top, and we want to make it a little invisible. So the user can see that it's not currently usable. And we also want to make the background slightly darker navy. So I'm going to go for navy light. Actually, let's use the lighter navy. It's a little nicer. So now we have the button. We need another button, actually. So this button is the cancel button. And so if I go in and do type, I can make that into a button, of course. So this is if I just click the button to put in a code, but I change my mind. I actually don't want to put in a code. We're going to do rounded, same as before. Except we don't have a loading state. We're going to disable this button if we're loading, like this. That's pretty good. So now we want to, so this is actually ternary operator. Not this one, but this one. So if show input is true, we're going to show the input, obviously. But if it's not true, then we're going to do this instead. And this is just going to be a simple button set which says add promo code. And this is going to have a ticket icon. And there's going to be some classes, but firstly we need to add the on click. So when you click on it, this is the thing that sets show input to true. This is going to be text SM. This is going to be a golden. So we're going to go for gold, just text brand gold. And when you hover, I want text brand gold dark, like that. We're going to go for source and transition colors, inline flex, item center, and gap 2. This just sends us the ticket icon and the text at promo code and adds a couple pixels of spacing in between. So now if I just update this, and I'm just looking in the background, you can see very nice golden add promo code. And if I press on this, oh, did I maybe set the default state to true for loading? Ah, yes. So if it's not idle, then that means that we're loading. So we just need to change that. There we go. So I can either press apply or I can press cancel. Now, if I press apply, I don't think much would happen right now. So maybe in another video I'll show you how to do these codes in a more advanced way. So anyways, if we go back to the cart summary, we now have the cart discounts. Now we need to add the cart gift cards. So we're going to create a new file called cart gift cards, like this. And cart gift cards, it's going to be relatively similar to the discounts. We can actually even start out with this function right here. This one. I actually think we might want to take this one as well, these two. So these were already pre-built, so we can just copy those. We're going to get a little error because we need some imports. So let's just import the different stuff here. Use ref. We need to import the cart form, of course. Fetcher with components. So we can actually, just to clean this up a little, inside our cart discounts, I believe we didn't. Yes, we just put any, so we can make this a little nicer, like that. Back to cart gift cards. We need to export default cart gift card. I like arrow functions a little more, so I'm just going to change that into an arrow function. And we're going to export default cart gift cards, format that, and then we can now import. We can now import this. Now we of course want to put gift card codes here and put cart.applied gift card codes. Inside of cart discounts, I actually also believe we should be putting in, so it's optional, but we need to actually pass this as well so that it properly has its state in the case that the cart has some applied discount codes. So there we go. So back to gift card codes, I'm just going to close a little bit of tab action right there. So inside of here, what we want now is to, I think I'm just going to delete this so we can start from scratch. So we have, again, show input, set show input, use state false. It might actually be easier if I just start from cart discounts. Let's try that. I think that might be a little easier. So I'm just going to copy all of cart discounts. And then instead of update discount form, it's obviously going to be update gift card form. So we're just going to paste that in. Use state on the show input. And I think for the codes, what we want is gift card codes here. This is going to be a little different. So if we do gift card codes dot, this is an optional. Make that optional right there. Dot map. And we're going to put codes. And actually inside of each of these gift card codes, what we have here is last characters. So I'm going to put last characters. So imagine a gift card code is something like this. We only want maybe the last characters, these, but we don't want the full code because maybe it's a very long code. So we're going to take this and turn it into a nice looking string. Now I'm just going to copy some text. So we have these dots right here. And then it's last characters. And if we don't have access to gift card codes, we're just going to default to an empty string. And that's going to resolve the type right there. Now we need to make a function called save applied code. Which is going to take a code string input. And we're going to do code.replace. We're going to replace all, I believe these are all spaces, white spaces, with just nothing. And we need to also make a ref right here to keep track of the current applied discount codes. And so if the code that we're trying to save is not currently included in the currently applied card codes, then we add it. Dot push. And then we set the input field, which I believe should be the input ref right here. We set that to nothing, and we just want to make sure that the input field actually exists. So if it's not set, we're just going to ignore it. We're just going to do nothing. So this could be before we mount or something like that. We don't want that. We're going to show the input to false. So this is after you have input the gift card code and you press the button to apply it. This is what we're going to do. So we're going to add that to the list of applied gift card codes. Okay. So it's like relatively simple. So what we want to do now is just update this. So what's going on? I think the fetcher is probably wrong. It could just be the imports that we need to do probably. You mean to call this expression? Give me just a sec. So we have discount codes. So what we actually want is gift card codes. We want this to be applied gift card codes dot current. And then we want save applied code to be save applied code. Something like this. It is an any type. Aha. So I believe it's because the children, we need to also just declare that the fetcher can be of this type as well if we want to pass in a component. .react node like this. I believe so. Or perhaps we can do something like this. So we don't need to actually declare the type right here. We can do it more simply like this, and then inside of the fetcher, we need to return either just the children, or we need to call the children. So that's the reason. So we're going to do code equals fetcher.formData.get gift card code. So this is when we do the fetch. Then we do code and save applied code. So if something was validly passed, we save it. And we just cast it to a string, we count on that. And then we return, and then this is the part where we need to do a ternary operator. And this is because we can either pass a React node, or we can also pass a component. So we're going to do if it's a function, then we pass fetcher into it. Otherwise we just do like this. And now that is proper. Now I can import ticket up here, and that is all good. And of course we are on promo codes right now, but this should be gift cards. So I'm going to do add gift card. And let's see, what else do we have? I think on the input field we should put gift card code. And I think that's pretty much it for just this standard. The placeholder, yes. So we need to fix the placeholder. So if we go in here, we can do enter gift card code. This is like if you have a gift card. There we go. So now that can be applied. Of course, not going to do much, but we'll cover that in another video. Good. So now we have a pretty cool cart going on right here. It's actually really nice. We have the empty state. We can add to cart. Okay. So let's have a look at this now. So if we go into cart line item, so I'm going to put Control P and just put cart line item. So inside of here, now we need to just fix the optimistic state. And also this right here has a chance of being set to undefined. I think actually we don't need optimistic. I don't know what I'm talking about. We need to just set this properly. That was the small error. I think I made a typo. So if we just try again here, I'm going to add to cart. There we go. I think it's just refreshing. Notice how cool this is. Press the X. We can add to cart, and now there's no problem. We'll add to cart like that. Notice there's no scrolling. And if I scroll, at the bottom we have a footer. We can add to cart now, so it's very, very cool. So you see we're starting to shape up. Obviously we don't have the page design yet, but we have the header, we have the cart, which is super, super nice. And we also have the add to cart button. And so I think the next thing we should do is create the footer. And then after the footer, we can start putting together every single page, because that's going to take a little less time. So let's do the footer now. So the footer is actually pretty simple just for this video. We want to just head over to the footer.tsx file. And inside of the footer, we can see that it's all inside of a suspense. And we are also awaiting to resolve on the footer promise. What we want to do afterwards, and this is just once the footer has been loaded from the Shopify menu. So if we go to the Shopify store, and I believe it's under online store and navigation, we can see that under navigation, if it's just going to load, we can see that we have a footer menu right here. And inside of the footer menu, there's a search. You can also see that there's a search right here. So that is the same thing. So we load from the search just like we load from the footer menu, just like in the header, where we load home, catalog, and contact. We also load home, catalog, and contact from the main menu right here. Now we're just going to do a slightly more custom hard-coded design, but obviously you would just want to dynamically do as much as possible from the footer menu normally. And you could even maybe add some meta fields in different places to customize the footer more. But we're going to still include the footer menu, but add some more stuff around it. So the first thing I want to do is just delete this footer part. I want to delete the content, and then we can just start a little more from scratch. So there's a couple things I want. So I want a newsletter sign-up section. So a place where people can join the Cadence Artisans Circle. Then I want main footer content. So this is the main part where you can see the social media, you can see the logo, all of this stuff. Then after this, I want the copyright bar. And this is at the bottom. So let's go through each of these. So firstly, to get the newsletter sign up to work, and actually even before that, we need to change this class name footer. So the default class name of footer is going to be footer, because inside of, I believe, app.css, we have a footer class right here, but we're using Tailwind to style everything, so we don't really care about this anymore. So I'm going to just do background brand navy and do text white. And so inside of this newsletter sign up section div, what I want is a border on the bottom so we can distinguish between the newsletter and the main footer content. So this will come just before on every single page, just before the main footer. So it will be like a small section to sign up for the newsletter. And so I want the border to be white, but only a little bit white and some transparent. Then inside of here, we have another div. And the class name of this is going to be container, mxauto, 4 and 12 on the padding. Let me just fix the spacing. I like a little more spacing than this. There we go. That's nice. Very good. Then we have another div. And this is going to be mxauto as well. And this is just so we can center everything and also make sure that it doesn't have a width that is too large for all the different devices, for mobile and so on. And so inside of these 1, 2, 3 divs, which is a lot of divs, we have an H2 finally, and it says join the artisans circle. And so we're going to call the newsletter Artisans Circle because that's a cool. It feels like a cool membership to be a part of, right? For the I can update cursor for the brand. So we're going to call this Artisans Circle for this purpose. We're going to go for Playfair because this is a header, 2XL and MB4. Then we're going to have a paragraph which says subscribe to receive updates on new collections, craftsmanship insights, and exclusive offers. Like this. We're going to add a class name to this as well. It's going to be source, of course, because it's body, small text, and it's going to be gray 300 and some margin on the bottom as well. Then we want the actual form itself. So we want to import the form from Remix. And then we want an input for the input field. Oops. And we don't need this. We need it like that. And then a button that says subscribe. Now, firstly, in the form, we just want a simple class that says flex and gap4. Remember, when we do flex, it actually means flex and also flex row. So these share the same row. So we have the input on the left side and the subscribe button on the right side. Then the input field, we're going to have an email, of course. It's going to be your email address as a placeholder. We're also going to add required like this. And for the class name, I want it to take up as much space as possible, so long as it doesn't make subscribe collapse to the next line. So that's what flex1 can do when your parent is in a flex container. Then we're going to do px4, py3, a little bit white, so we can see it. We're going to make the border a little more white with less transparency. Round it a little bit, make the text white. And then also let's make the text not white, but make it a little bit gray. We're going to make it to use the font Source Sans Pro. Then for this button, I want submit. Class name should be px6, py3, and it should be golden button. Then for the hover, we have the other golden color. And we're going to do transition colors, duration 300, rounded a little bit. It's going to use the source font, small font, and also medium because it's a call to action button. So if I just go ahead and save this and wait for the footer to update, we see that we have this mega nice feeling. We have this really cool feeling footer. I can put my email in here if I want to subscribe to this, and it's very cool. So now we have the email newsletter sign up section. Let's go for the biggest section, which is the main footer content. Actually, let's do the copyright bar first, just because that's the smallest one. So let's go ahead and do this. So we have the div, which for the copyright bar, it's going to have a border in the top, white again, and another div, similar to the newsletter. It's going to have container, mx auto, px4, py6. This is the same type of style as we had with the newsletter, just with a little less padding. Then in the inner div right here, we do flex, and we do column flex. On larger screens, we want to flex with row. So this is a part where we want to make it a little mobile responsive. So on mobile phones, of course, you have more height and less width. So we go top to bottom, which is what flex direction column does. But on bigger screens, starting at medium, we can go left to right instead. That's easier. We do justify between, we do items center, space y4, and md space y0. We don't need space for bigger screens. So we start with a P, and I just have a little copyright text that I can copy here. And now we can dynamically generate the time of the year, or the year. First, let's just add some class names here for the text. So we're going to make it gray, and we're also going to make it small, and font can be Source Sans Pro. Now to generate the current year, we just say new date with the parentheses like this, because it's a class we're instantiating, and then we do get full year like this. We put cadence, and we put all rights reserved. Obviously, just keep in mind that Cadence is just a mock brand, but this is what we're going to put. Then underneath that, or next to it, based on what type of screen we're on, I'm going to put crafted with passion in, and now you can put a country or you can put a city. I'm just going to put New York City. And we can put class name again instead and just say source, make sure that it's the same style as what we have right above it. And now I can refresh. And now right below this, we should see a nice little copyright bar in the very bottom. Now let's make the thing that's in between, the main footer content, the logo, the different linking and all of this stuff, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Cool, so again, we're gonna start with a div, and we're gonna start with, I think we should do another div first, just so we can get the centering and width done properly. So we're gonna make it a container. We're gonna center it with MX Auto. We're gonna use some padding. And then in this next one, we're gonna make this into a grid structure. So on phones, it's gonna have grid, it's gonna have one column. So that means it's just gonna go, it's similar to flex column. But on larger screens, so a tablet or a laptop or something like that, or a desktop, we're gonna do grid calls 2. And on even larger screens, on like a monitor, computer monitor, or a big laptop, or a big tablet, we have 4 columns. And we do gap 12 in between every single item. So firstly, I want the brand column. So this is just the logo, the social media, this type of stuff. Then I want a contact column, like this. And then at the end, I want a couple quick links. So like that. And the 4th column should be policies, like this. And we're mostly going to focus on just designing this. This is where you would want the dynamic content probably from the Shopify store, but we want to conserve on time a little bit. So we're going to do space Y6 and H3, and this is where we put Cadence. So it's very convenient for us because Cadence logo is actually just the letters Cadence with Playfair display. So since it's Playfair, we just use the font Playfair and make text double XL. Then underneath this, we have a paragraph, and this should just be source, of course. Source font, text small, and text gray 300. Notice it's 300 instead of 400 in the very bottom of the footer, because we want it to be slightly more readable than the copyright. We're going to do leading relaxed. And in here we just put some copywriting. Artisanal footwear for the modern sophisticate. That's like the brand slogan. Crafted with precision, designed for distinction. That sounds pretty good, eh? Cool. So now we put a div inside of this and just do flex and do space X4. And we want 3 social media elements in here. Firstly, we want, I think we do 1 and then we just copy it 2 times. So we'll do class name. And let's break this down so it's cleaner, like this. So this would be where you put your Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, or whatever. We'll do text white 80. So pretty white, but not quite. It blends in a little bit. Then when you hover, I want it to be golden. So we'll do text gold. Then we do some transition, of course. 300. And then I think we can just do something like Instagram. So you can see these are deprecated. So maybe if you're doing this in the future, you can't access these, but this is where you put the logo. So I'm going to put the logo for Instagram and do W5, H5. Oh, I need to go out first. And then I'm going to do it for like 2 more things, I think. So let's do Facebook. And let's say LinkedIn. LinkedIn is a little maybe optimistic, but it is artisan shoes, so that's cool. So if I just update this, now we should start seeing some stuff going on. So we see the cadence here on the left. And if I just go and start reducing the size of my screen, you see it's very nice and mobile responsive. It collapses to 2 columns. So now we have 2 columns because it's on the breaking point medium. If I go a little larger, now it's 4 columns. You see it's the same in the copyright footer as well. It's the same thing. Really, really nice. And if I go super small, it's just going to go into 1 column because now it's too small. So that would just be 1 and then 2 and then 3 and 4. So we just finished the first one. So let's start doing the second one. So the first one was the brand column. Now we need the contact column. We start with a div, some spacing, and it's pretty simple. We just do H4 and put contact. We want to do Playfair and text large. Not as large as the logo, but still it's going to be a title, which is at the top. Then we just do an unordered list. And in here, I want some control over the spacing. We also want to make sure it's the source font, small text, and text gray 400. And then we'll do some list items, which is flex, items start, and space X3. So we're going to have 2 components in here. We're going to have an icon. So for the first one, we want the map icon, because this is going to be the location. So that's going to be gold, flex shrink 0. So we wanted to maintain its size so that it pushes the text to be smaller. We'll just put some 1, 2, 3 artisan way, some line break maybe, something like that. Just a demo. This would be the actual address. We'll just add 2 more. I think 1 for the phone number, 1 for the email. So we'll put the phone, and we'll put the mail icon. And inside of the phone, we'll just put like a fake number. 888-123-4567, something like that. And we have obviously the email atelier@cadence.com for the email. So I'll just refresh, and now we should start seeing the next one. So that's starting to be really good. I like this. So now let's do the quick links right now. Finish this off so we can start doing the pages. Space Y6, H4, again, quick links. So this is like pretty similar. You see it's just a title like this. So it's the same thing. We just put quick links instead with the play file. Again, we use the unordered list like this. Slightly different styles, but I'm just going to start with this. So I think we should do maybe a little less spacing. And then inside of each of these, we want a link, of course, and not any details. So let's just start with one. And I don't think we need a style because these are just links. So we'll do nav link. We can just style the nav link. So we want products 2/collections/all. We'll do class name text gray 300. We'll do hover text gold. We'll do some transition, of course. And that's going to be that, I believe. So we'll just add a couple of these. So we'll do /products. We'll do maybe our craft or something. Our craft. We'll do care guide. So we'll do care guide. And then for the last one, let's do an about us page. About us, like that. Yeah, there we go. That's really good. Lastly, we'll just do a simple policies column. We're just gonna take the dynamically loaded data from here, so that if you want to play with this, take the code and change it, you can just copy this easily and put it somewhere else for whatever use you'd like. So I think that's just the easiest way to do this. So we'll do this. We'll do policies, and then we'll use the footer menu, right? So the footer menu is this dynamic menu. So we'll pass the footer menu. We'll put the primary domain URL, which is header.shop.primarydomain.url. Then we're going to put public store domain, which is just the public store domain, which we have. And then inside of the footer menu right here, we can maybe design this a little bit as well. So this is a little messy. So I'm just going to remove. We can remove the fallback footer menu as well. We can also remove this. There we go. So we just have this now. A little cleaner. We're just gonna return, and inside of here we just want nav, and this is actually going to be relatively simple. So we'll just do class name space y3 font source. So this is the footer menu. Text the dynamic footer elements that we set inside of the inside of Shopify, right? And then inside of here we just do menu.items.map item, and we want to, of course, just like and this is similar to the menu that we built up here, right? So the first thing we did was to check the URL, and if it's not valid, we return null. So we just skip invalid items. Then I think I just go back to the header. Yeah, so we just do this again right here, similar to the header, to get the URL. So I'm just going to go ahead and do this. So it's the exact same thing as the header. And then I want something where it's just the same as this actually. So I'll just do this. Copy paste. And then inside of here, instead of the base class name, we can do a little bit different styling. So we still have the is active. So let me just, there's a little not super clean. There we go, a little better. So we'll give it black. We'll do text gray 300. We'll do hover text gold. Then we'll do transition colors, duration 300. And then we'll do if it's active. So that's if we're on that page right now. Then I think we should do something. Otherwise we do nothing. Then we set the text to be gold. Right, same as the menu. Let me just see, do we want the key, item key? These are fine because these are individual footer IDs. These are not just for the link. I think we don't want to close necessarily. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's fine. So if we save this, we can just find that the search is right there. It's pretty basic, but it gives us just the basic stuff we want. So now we have the header, we have the footer, we have this nice subscribe, we have the cart. We're getting there, right? So let's start building each separate page. So firstly, we want the home page, right? We want the home page, and if we go to the code right here, the home page is going to be the index page right here. So if I go and I just need to actually find it. There we go. So the home page. So class name home, and if I just go underneath the recommended products and put some random stuff and refresh, this is the home page. So it's the underscore index.tsx because we're in Remix. So if we go into the home page, I want to change quite a few things. So firstly, let's just go ahead and delete this. So I want a hero section. Let's build a recommended products just under the hero section. And then let's just, I think, go for a simple Craftsmanship section where it explains a little bit about how the product is created, and then a simple testimonial section like that. Well, I think that'll be enough for us. So if we go ahead and do the section, the home section, or the hero section I mean, we'll just make that relative, each screen, min height 600 pixels, and we'll do navy background. We're going to use the image component. And so I already have this image, right? The image that I showed in the beginning. So I want to use, not this one. I want to use this image right here. So the way we do this is we want to pass data and not source. So I'm going to put the URL, and this is going to be /images/ then the URL. And then for the width, I'm going to put 1920 and height 1080. This is so that Shopify knows what information we have to do with, and when it deploys it to the site, it can know how to optimize the image for faster loading. Now this one, we want it to be eager loading because it will be at the very top, so the site needs to display it properly. For the sizes, we'll have a few different sizes because this is the landing page. This is very important. So we'll have a few different breaking points here, 1200, we'll do 50, and then 33, like that. For the class name, we'll do absolute and set 0, and we'll cover the whole thing. We'll do opacity 70 so we can still see the little navy background. And for the alt text, we'll do craftsmanship, like that. So that's the image. Now under this, we want some text and a call to action. So we'll make a simple div like this. Oh, not an IDV. There we go. Inside we'll make another div, and here we'll do max W2XL. So that limits the width of the container that will contain the text and the call to action button. So it's going to have a title, it's going to have a subtitle, and then it's going to have a link. Very simple. So we'll put explore collection in the link. In the title, we'll put artisanal footwear for the modern sophisticate. And in the subtitle, we're going to put handcrafted excellence designed for distinction. So that's like distinction. navigation, like this. So this is like, and we'll do an arrow. This is the brand messaging that we're after, right? Like this. Inside of the link, of course, we want to redirect it to the right place. Give it this some styling. We want this, so we want the link to be like a button. So I want it to have a golden background, because that's the main call to action color. And when you hover over it, of course, it should give us a slightly different golden colors. And we'll do 300. We'll make the default text white and make the source font and do a medium because it's a button. So that is for the button. Then for the subtitle, we'll do source font. We'll do large text because it's still a subtitle. We'll do gray text and little margin. Then on this very top in the header, or in the heading, we'll put playfair because that's the main. We'll make very big text for XL and even bigger text. 6XL on big screens. And some margin and some, make it text white. So let's see what that looks like. I don't think it loaded my image. Because I didn't call it images, I called it image. So maybe I have to do something like this. And save again to trigger a refresh. There we go. So now you can see we have the cool initial splash screen right here. And the next thing we want is just recommended products. So we'll make another section. Notice instead of using a basic div, we use the semantic element section just so that it's easier for Shopify to know what's what. This is helpful for the different engines working in the back. And inside of this, we can put divs, whatever, in any amount that we want. So we're going to make this into a container, and we're going to center it inside the section. We're going to make an H2, and it's going to say our latest products. This is going to be playfair, 3XL, some margin like this. Then we're going to put a div. And in this div, I don't think we need some style, but we need to put some suspense, because we're going to be loading products now. So this is similar to the recommended products right here. So you see we actually already have a recommended products. We just want to basically have something similar to this, but it's going to have to be in a proper suspense. So inside of the suspense, we're going to do fallback. And I think inside of here we can just pass a React component. Yeah, good. And that's going to be, so this is what is displayed while it's still loading. Okay, so what we want is grid. We want grid calls 1. And on bigger screens we want grid calls 3, gap 8. And then we're just going to make a fake array. Like this. And on each of these, so this is just going to give us an array that is of length 4. Under this, we're going to have animate pulse, because it's a skeleton. It's like a pulse animation. And so why are we getting this weird error message stuff? It's because I missed a parenthesis right here. And then we need another one here. Yeah, something like this. Yes, good. So this needs to have a key because we're mapping. So in the key, we're going to put, it has to be dynamic. We'll put skeleton. Use I for the index. And then for each of the skeletons, it's going to be pretty simple. It's going to just be, I think we're going to do something like H4. maybe a little more. Age 20, gray 200, rounded, and then width. Width 20 as well, I think. I think we're gonna go for something like this. It's not super important, it's just the loading state. So I think we're gonna go for something like this. I think this makes sense. Yeah, so I think that's good. We'll make this into flex with some wrap and a little bit of gap, something like that. So just so that's something to look at if it takes a very long time to load. Now inside of this, we're going to use an await, and it's going to be resolved as data.recommendation products. So we already have this because in the default page, we have the recommendation products and we have the data which loads. So in Remix, of course, the loader is being called as like a server-side render, but if we use the defer, this means that we can load some critical data initially, such as the styles, or I think in this case, the collections, the featured collection, and then we can load deferred data later. And so recommended products is deferred to be later because it can load while we look at this in the beginning, right? That's like the idea. So it's like to optimize. So we have resolve, recommendation product. Then now we want the response. And based on the response, we can make a div. And that's going to be a grid calls 1. So that's the same as in the fallback right here, as you notice. And so for medium screens, it's 3, and then the same gap. Then the response, .products, .nodes, .map. So this is just the GraphQL response. And we're going to use product item. And so we need to create this component, but that is completely fine. We're going to make the key into the product.id because we're mapping. The product is going to be product. We're going to also pass loading. It's going to be lazy loading on the images. We're going to want to hide the price because we're just on the front page. We're not browsing through products in a collection. So we don't yet have this. So if we go inside of the components section, I want to now create this as a new React component. So if we start out with this right here, we can start to firstly create the type that we're going to use. So the props. So this is going to have, what did we do? So it's going to have product, loading, and hide price. Loading is going to be either, and it's going to be optional, and it's going to be either eager or lazy. Eager means that it loads and blocks the page from loading until it has been loaded, and lazy means that it can load after the page has been loaded. Very important for optimization. So hide price is just a boolean, and the product is a product item fragment. Okay, so the product item fragment is generated from the API. So we are using --codegen, and that's what generates the product item fragment. It's very good for TypeScript. So anyways, inside of here, what we want is the variant. And actually I need to just, inside of the featured collection query and this GraphQL stuff, we need to just change a couple things around to also get a couple more images. So firstly, I believe we should go for 2 pictures. And is that enough? Let me just think through this. I think we also need to load variants because we have 1 variant. Name, get the name and the value from the options. I believe so. I think that should be pretty good for now. So inside of the variant, we still have this right here. So we have the variants. So if we go back to the product item, we have the variant. I'm going to do product. Oh, and we actually need to get this first. So pack this out. Loading, hide, price. And we'll do product item props. So we're going to get the variant from product.variants.nodes 0, because we only have one variant. So the variant UL is going to be use variant UL. So this is the link that when we press on the product, you're going to go to this link. So we're going to give it the handle. So this is the same hook that we used before, right? This is the same hook. It's already it comes already with the template. So we're going to give that the handle and the variant.selected options. That's why we wanted the selected options. So next up, we need to get the second image. Right? We need to get the second image. And this type is not correctly being... It's not correctly being detected. I believe we need to modify some GraphQL stuff. Give me a sec. So I know why. So it's because we have defined this fragment called recommended product. But inside of product item, we actually have product item fragment. So we need to figure out the place where product item fragment is being declared. So it's going to be called product item somewhere. So not here, not here. Yes, so right here. So inside of collections and also inside of collections.all, we have this called product item, this fragment. And we need to use GraphQL to also select the images. And so this is going to be used in multiple different places. So I'm just going to make it so that we get as many images as possible from this. So 10 images, say, and on the nodes, we want to get the ID, alt text, the URL, the width, and the height. Like that. And I think that's good. And then we need to do the same thing. So this is just in our declaration of product item fragment, we need to do this. And since the default comes with 2 different product item fragments, we need to also do it for the second one here. Otherwise, there's going to be some problems. And then in our console, we can do Shopify Hydrogen code gen, like this. So we changed the GraphQL queries. So basically, this scans through all the files. Then it reads these GraphQL fragments and queries, etc. And then it generates the types that we need for them inside of TypeScript. So now this should be updated a little more. So now you can see that we have the images. Yes, so that's perfect. Good. So now we can go ahead and inside of the product item, we can import this and we should be good. Okay, so the product, so price range incompatible. Yeah, so this is because we have the recommended product, which has a different type from product item fragment. But that's fine because we can just load slightly more data. And it's okay. So if I go into here and the type error is price range. So we don't have max variant price. So if we go down here, we probably only have min variant price. Yeah. So if I just go here and do, and also add a max variant price, then we should have compatible types. So I'm just going to run this Shopify Hydrogen code gen again. So if there's anything weird to do with these generated types, you need to always run Shopify Hydrogen generate, and then it should work fine. So let's go in here. Yeah, now the errors have been resolved, so we have correctly done that. And I'm just going to start my server again. So if we go back into product item, now we can start building the entire thing. So essentially the whole thing is just going to be a link. So if you press on it, it's going to be a link that refers you to the product. So we're going to import remix run/react. And so inside of this, firstly, we'll declare this as a group. And so this is like inside of the app.css, we're just going to use the group class. We're going to use block, display, and relative. Like this. Then we're going to do key equals product.id. And we're going to prefetch on intent. So if I hover over the product, it's going to prefetch the product page for that specific product. And then we're going to just refer to the variant URL, right? Now, a couple different things, because we have some mobile responsiveness, we have some overlays we want. This is going to be like super fancy component. So first we want the image container with hover effect. And then underneath we want product information. And those are the two segments. So we will have a big image and then we will have some product stuff underneath this. And we want to make this reusable, right, across the different pages. So we're going to make this into a div. We're going to do relative. We're going to do aspect. We're going to do aspect square. We want this to be a square. No overflow. And it's going to have a cream background with some margin on the bottom. Then we're going to do product.featuredImage. So if there's a featured image, then we do something. Otherwise, we do nothing. And inside of here, this is where all of the magic is going to happen. So we're going to do image, and this is going to be the Shopify Hydrogen image because it's optimized. So firstly, we have the image, and this is the featured image, okay? The featured image. We're going to either use the alt text or the product title. Since we already have the featured image, we can just pass that to the data. Now let's add some styling. And firstly, actually, let's declare loading. So loading is just going to be passed on from the props. So if it's eager or lazy, we're just going to pass that down to the images. That's why we do that. Because sometimes we want a product item where it's going to load lazily, or sometimes we want one where it's eager. So it's important that we have that be a dynamic across the site. Now we're also going to optimize this with some breakpoints on the sizes. Now we're not going to make it very big because it's just a little product. Like this. Now for the class, we're going to fill the width and height. We're going to cover the parent. And we're going to have some different group hover. So group is this one right here. So that's why we gave it the class of group. So now we're going to do the second image. So when we hover over this, when we hover over group, over the link, right? Not just the image, but over the whole thing. Then we're going to make this image invisible, but then we're going to make the second image visible. And that's going to give it a very cool effect. So we're going to have an image. And I'm just going to copy paste. Can't be bothered typing it in twice. So this is the second image. So we're going to use the second image here. And inside of this, we're going to do second image dot alt text or second image. I'm going to do second image. And now instead of on hover we hide it, on hover we will display it. It's very cool. So that's it for this part right here. Then we also want a little overlay as well when we hover. And this is just the overlay. So that's absolute. It's going to be insert 0, and it's going to be navy. I think we should do that. Now we're going to do group hover. So you can see I can't hover yet, but we're going to make it background navy with a little. We're going to make it with a little bit of that. So when we hover on group, then the background will change to be less visible. And then we're going to do transition colors and duration 500, just like we have duration 500 in this one. And then we want a little button. So a couple divs, so absolute, bottom 0, left 0, right 0, p4, transform, translate y full, group hover, like this, ease out. So this is basically just an element which comes in from the bottom, and when we hover, and we're going to make this have a slightly opaque white background with some backdrop blur, some padding, and we're going to center all the text. Now, of course, we want to have the actual text, so view details, and we're going to use source font, text SM, font medium because it's a button, and then we're going to make the text navy, and we're going to make tracking wide, so it's a little wide between the letters, like that. It's pretty cool. So if we just go ahead and do this, and I think we should be able to scroll down a little bit. It looks like we don't have the images quite loaded. Aha, so it's because in the GraphQL, we didn't properly modify it to also get us the featured image, which we are using. So we'll do featured image, get the alt text from that, the ID, the URL, the width, and the height. And if I just save this, it should give us that. So now we have these. We have this right here. I think maybe some styling went a little wrong. Yes, so in the overlay on hover, it was actually supposed to be 0 as a default background, like this. There we go. And then this slightly opaque background when we get it in. So I can see the second image is not being loaded correctly, so probably because this one right here needs a little modification perhaps. So what if we do first 10 instead? I'll quickly debug this. Aha, so the problem we have is just a little styling issue here on the second image. We need a slightly different style, so I'm gonna go to absolute, insert 0, and then we can do the rest as before. We start at opacity. We need to transition the opacity. And then it's similar to before. Opacity 100. I think I copied the style maybe between the two, so it was not quite correct. But now we can see it is the right thing. So if I hover over here, it's this very cool, really, really, look at that. I mean, that's sick. That's so cool. So now the next thing we want is just a couple more fancy things. We obviously want the product image. Oh, I clicked it. We obviously want the name of the product as well. So if we hop back into the code right here, into the product item, we have view details, which is something that pops up like this. But now we also want a little more, just a little more cool stuff going on, right? So we have the quick view button, but also on top of this after this one, I'm just gonna go out a little bit like this. I want some corner accents. So this is gonna give it a very cool effect. So this is just a single div with this. I'll do two of them. So we'll do absolute, top 4, left 4, width 8, height 8, border L2, border top 2. And then we're gonna make the border into golden. It starts out with no opacity, but then when we hover, full opacity, and then we just add some transition. Like that. Now we can copy this again, and we can just change it to be from the bottom, and then from the right instead. And then we need to change it to be the right border and the bottom border, like that. And then if I hover right now, you see we have these, it's like a little image being snapped, like that. It's very cool. Now it feels a little more premium, a little more contained, as you can see. Now the next thing we need to do is do some product information right here. That's the last piece. So we can do class name relative. And we also have some titles. So this is the product title. This, of course, is going to be Playfair because it's a title. Large, and it's going to be navy. I wanted to have some margin, and I also wanted to change to gold when we hover on the group. Like that. Now underneath this, we can decide whether we want the price to be shown or not shown. Or we'll build this. because we need this for the collections page. So if we won't hide the price, so if we want to show the price, then we have money. We just use the simple Shopify Hydrogen money, which gives us all of the stuff we need to display it correctly. We'll pass price range dot min variant price. We only have one variant, so it doesn't really matter if it's the min variant price or the max variant price. So we'll do font source. We'll make it navy, from gray to navy. Duration 500. So this shows what the price is. And then I want an explore with an arrow. It's gonna make it look very sick, I think. So we'll do font source, text small, text golden, opacity 0, so this is hidden as a default. But when we hover on the item, it's going to be fully visible. And then I think we should also put flex and items center, maybe gap 1 or something. Actually, we already have this through the margin, so that's fine. Like this. So now we can see we have the name of the item as well. And a little explore arrow reveals itself to us when we hover. This is really good. And now the next thing we want, and so this is just some weird bug. This is correct. If we remove hide price, so if we want to show the price, it also shows the price just like this in a really nice way. And then the explore text gets placed on the right side instead because we justify between. So just like that, we have our product item. Now let's move on to we want to hide the price again. Now let's move on to the craftsmanship section inside of the index page. So this should basically consist of how we craft the product. So it's just like an informational section. So we're going to start by making a section like that. So we'll do some padding, of course. Make a div that is centered, just like all the other ones. And then another div where we can have all of the stuff inside. So we'll make this into a simple grid, which consists of 2 different pieces. One is going to be an image, and one is going to be some text. So, and a button. So on big screens, we can afford to do on the same row. Otherwise, we'll just make it 2 separate rows. We'll make it aligned on the center like that. And then we have the 2 different sections. So this is the image section, and this is going to be the text / call to action section. So if we want to do this one first, that's just a div, and it's going to just be an image inside of the div. And so for this image, I want to use this one right here, this guy on the machine. I found this image on Unsplash, which is just free. Then you can we'll just use Craftsmanship again, full width, and pass the data, of course, even though we don't have the specific width and height. So I think, and we do something like this. And then in the sizes, we want to optimize. This is only important because we want to optimize this for speed. The whole reason you want to use Shopify Headless is for the speed, basically, and the control over the design. So the speed and performance part of it is very important as well. So we'll do some optimization of these images, and we'll make lazy loading very important because we don't care about a section down here for the first part of the page to load, right? We just need to load the first part as fast as possible. So that's going to give us the beginning of that section. So if we just go ahead and look, so we're going to get this guy right here. Pretty cool. And then this next part, we're going to limit the width of that and we're gonna have a header saying crafted by master artisans. Big text. And then I want a big block of paragraph. So text gray, leading, relaxed. So this is something where you can tell the story of the brand and this type of thing. So I'm gonna just copy some copywriting I already have for this. We can use this. So this is like, you know, every Cadence shoe is a testament to traditional craftsmanship, requiring over 30 hours of handwork to build. All of this stuff, right? So that's like the story. A little insight into what it's like as an artisan. So we have discover our process. So I want a call to action here, because if someone scrolled beyond these, that means that they want to learn a little more about the actual brand. So we're going to give them an opportunity to do exactly that. So let's go down like this. So first of all, this is going to link to /pages/our craft. And then under class name, did we import this? Yeah, this is imported. Cool. Inline flex item center, because we're going to have discover our process alongside an arrow. Right. Some margin right there. We'll do item center, and we're going to start it out with navy text, and then when we hover, it's going to be golden text. Text gold. Let's do transition colors, duration 500. Actually, let's make it a little faster. And I want to specify the font to be source, and also medium, because it acts just like a button. Like this. So if we just take a look at that, we can see that we have this very cool, very cool section right here. Now let's make the final section, which is the quick testimonial. So that's just going to be a simple section. This is probably the most simple one. And then we just make this a navy, do text white. We'll do a div, and just like before, we use a container, mx auto, max width for Excel, text center. So we can censor the text. We'll use flex and justify center on all the items. Then this is basically the container of the stars. So I want 5 stars. And using lucid icons, I can just duplicate 5 star components right next to each other. So you can do that just like this. I believe I got all the pieces like that. So that's a star icon like this. And if I just give that a key, star I, then we have no problems with the React. Then for the fill, I want this to be C3A343, so that's gold. And I also want to set the color. And then we can have the class name with 8, height 8, with some margin bottom. And then right underneath this, we can have a block quote. So this is a semantic element, but I believe it also formats like a quote with like the italic stuff. We're going to do playfair, text to Excel. On bigger screens, I want this to be a little bigger, so we'll do text 3 Excel, some margin bottom again. And then I just have a quote that I can copy in from the side right here. And then we'll add a cite. Something like this, right? Some kind of review thing is a cool component to have. It adds a lot of credibility to the brand, and let's see what it looks like. So I just wait for this. I probably put in the color a little wrong. Yeah, you need to put the hashtag. Remember to do that. There we go. There we have it. Nice. So we have the landing page. Look at that. This is so cool. I think next up, let's make the product page. So this is kind of a little trash right now. So let's make the product page. So inside of the code, what we just need to do is head over to routes folder right here. And then we need to look at products.handle.tsx, like this. Now this is a very, very large file, as you can see, but we just care about this function right here for now. So export default function product. So I'm just going to hit over to that. There. So let's get started. So for this one, I want to just delete what we have right now, except probably this analytics stuff. I'm going to just keep that in my clipboard and delete the rest. So I'm going to just have a div with some padding in the top, a lot of padding in the top. The reason we do this padding is because the header is fixed, so we need to account for the header no matter what. Now, in the very bottom of this, I just want, firstly, I want the analytics that we just got in. Just keep the analytics. It's very helpful for the Shopify marketing people. So, no. So I'm going to add a div right here. And the first thing I want to do is just save to make sure that, yeah, so we are in the product page. Good. So essentially, a product page is just separated usually into two sections. We have a left side and a right side. And this is going to be the wrapper around both of them. So we're going to have a maximum width of 7 XL. That's 1280 pixels. We're going to center this on the screen. You can also make it wider. Sometimes people like it wider. Do some A/B testing maybe. So first, what we're going to do is make these two containing divs of everything. And we're going to make this into a grid. Because on the small phone, we want the image in the top, and then we want the product where you can add to cart and all this stuff in the bottom. There's no space on the same row. So I think on large screens, we can probably get away with this. So do that, and then we'll do a gap, and then we'll do a larger gap on big screens. So left column, left side, image, or images maybe. A right side, details, and call to action. So firstly, on the left side, we just simply add a single div, space y8, very simple. Then product image. Now, we need to just change this component quite a bit, because right now, there's not enough stuff in it. So what we want is actually, so I think we have it right here. So product image is a component. So if we just open this, firstly, it only takes one image, and also it doesn't look very good, I think, right now. It doesn't look like a cadence component. So basically, what we're going to change is just we're going to make it have images and also the current selected image in the very beginning, like that. So images is going to be product.images. Oops. Product.images.nodes.map node. We're just going to put ID. And I think the reason for this one is that we haven't added the images. So if we put product variant, I think it's on product. What is it? ID handle. I think it's ID URL alt text. So we need to add this into the product fragment. Otherwise, it doesn't fetch it properly from GraphQL. We need to specify in GraphQL what do we want from the load statement, and we want all of this. So I'm just going to quickly get the types so we can keep building. So I just rebuilt the whole thing, and now we have all the stuff we need. So we have node. So now we see we have product.images.nodes, and that's because on the product fragment in the GraphQL statement, we just added images. We got the first 10. I think we only have 5 images or something, but we just put first 10 in case the person adds more, the merchant or someone. And then we get the nodes, and then we specify what we want. So inside of here, in the alt text, we just put the alt text width, node.width, and height, node.height. And so now let's make the product image. So the product image is actually going to change quite a bit. So we're going to change this into something more along the lines of a product image carousel, because that's going to make it look really, really nice. And so what we really want is selected variant image. And this is going to be product variant fragment. And the image, not in plural, just in singular, like that. And then also all the images. We can define that as a separate type. And that's going to be all of, oops, that was crazy. That's going to be all of these. And the ID can either be a string or null. The URL is always a string. The alt text is optional and can either be string or null. And these are also optional and can be a number or null. And the images will just be a gallery image and an array. So now in the product image, we have images. And I'm just going to modify this to be in this format instead, as an arrow function. And then we have images and selected variant image, right? Now, we want 3 different things. We want to display the main image. We want it so that you can swipe around between the images, both on phone, but also like use some arrows, etc. on the desktop. And then we also want it so that when you press on the big image, it loads up the modal like a pop-up, and then it's a big display of the image. So all these 3 we need to build. And so that's going to take up a lot of code. So just export this and then we can start building. This is one of the special components. So this is gonna be so large, I'm just gonna do it like this. There we go. I'll save this, Inside of here, don't mind the small errors. So first of all, we want to track the selected index. What image is currently selected? That's going to be a number, and it starts from 0. Then we also want to track, and we just want modal. We also want to track if the modal is open. Because we're going to make a modal, so that's the pop-up. We're going to track the picture index inside of the modal. It's going to be a number. So that's something along the lines of this. Then we're going to have a bunch of touch screen stuff. So first of all, touch start. So this is the X value where the person on the mobile device started initiating the touch motion. This is the same. It's just the offset in which they started. I believe it's actually the current drag offset. And then finally is dragging. So are they currently dragging? Because if it's on a mobile. This is going to be, this is a Boolean. This is false. So first of all, let's just start by combining all the images into one variable. So if we have a selected variant image, because this I believe is actually a maybe, so this can be undefined. So if this is set, then all images will be selected variant image, as well as all images where the image ID is not the selected variant image.id. And if the selected variant image is not set, then it's just going to be the images. Right? That's all the images we have. I'm just going to format this. Cool. So now we can start building a little bit. First of all, I want to make some functions. So const open modal. And this accepts an index. So what image should be opened when we open the modal and also open it. So we set the modal index to index. We set the modal open to true. And we make it so that there's no scroll on the body, similar to how we did it with the aside component earlier. And then another close modal, no parameters. Set modal open to false. And then again, we unlock the document. We remove the style overflow. Now, first of all, we first need to check if there's actually any images whatsoever. So this might if there's no images, we just return a loading state. With cream background, and it's pulsing. Because there's a chance that the images, that this component will be rendered during a loading state. So we just want to account for that. Now we have a bunch of stuff we can do. So 2 separate things we need. We need one massive thing for the modal, and then one massive thing for everything else. So we need modal / popup, and then we need the entire image carousel. So let's start with the image carousel. So this is going to be firstly space y4. This is going to be the main image container. So this is going to be the big one. So inside of here, we're going to put aspect square, relative, rounded a little bit, no overflow, background can be cream, and cursor can be zoom in. So it's like a zoom in, it's a zoom in cursor when we hover over this element. So it prompts you to click it if you want to see a bigger size. So if you click it, if you're not dragging, very important, then we can open the modal at the current selected index. So, and then we need to add some stuff later, but we can do that. So for the image container, we need to set absolute and inset 0. Then all images.map image index. And inside of here, we're just going to have a simple div like this. And inside of the div, we're going to just have a single image. And we need to, oh, we already imported it. So this div is going to have, let's just go down a line. It's going to be pretty big. So first of all, we're using map. So we need to have a key. So this can either be image.id, but there's a chance that ID doesn't exist. So we're also going to just put index in that case. Then for the class name, we want an inline injection string like this. So absolute, inset 0, width full, height full, so take up all the space. And we want some transition transform. And this is for the dragging. So when you're on the phone and you're sliding, we're going to transform the images as you slide. We're going to do ease out. And then now we're going to do is dragging. So if you are not dragging, then we do transition transform at duration 300. Otherwise, we do transition none. And then we have to use a dynamic style right here, which basically says transform. And now we need another function called getImagePosition. So this is basically, and we can make a couple more functions also. So we need a few functions. We need a function called handleTouchStart. And that's going to take a touch event from React. Then we need to handle touch end. Then we need to have get image position from the index, like this. Also, we need handle touch move. This is also a touch event. Like this. So let's just go from top to bottom. So handle touch start just uses set touch start to the event x coordinate. So this basically just means if I am on a product image and I'm trying to slide it with my finger using my phone, then we just get the x coordinate of where I started putting my finger down. And then I set dragging to true because I didn't yet release my finger. Only on handle touch end did I release my finger. And so in handle touch end, I can put set is dragging to false. And I can set drag offset to 0 to reset everything. We still need to do some stuff here. So, but in handle touch move, so this is, you know, I put my finger down and now I'm moving from side to side a little bit, but I'm still keeping my finger on the phone, on the screen. I don't release it yet. So first of all, we need to make sure that we're actually dragging. Otherwise, this is a false call. And we're going to get current touch. And so this is the same thing as before, but we're just getting the up-to-date x coordinate, client x, and then we get the offset. So this is how much to one side or the other side, so to the right or the left on the x-axis, I have currently dragged the image. So I need to set this in a state variable. So this could be 50 pixels to the right from the beginning, or 50 pixels to the left, whatever. It could be anything. And so when I release, I want it so that if I have dragged an image more than a certain amount to the left or to the right side, then that means that we should swipe to the next image, or we should swipe to the previous image. So I'm gonna put, so first of all, we need to make sure that when we trigger the touch end, that we are currently dragging, otherwise it's again false. Then we define this amount of pixels that we need to have dragged either to the left or to the right. So I'm gonna just put 50 pixels. That's not very much. It could maybe be a little more, but 50 is pretty decent. And then we just say if math.absolute drag offset, because this can be minus 50, it can also be plus 50. Minus 50 would, for example, be if I drag my finger to the left. So if I drag my finger to the left, that means that we should swipe to the right, right? And if I drag my finger to the right, that means we should swipe to the left. So first we need to just check if we meet this threshold in absolute terms. And if we do, now we can either swipe left or we can swipe right. So if the drag offset is greater than 0, so this means that my finger went to the right, because if it's greater than 0, that means that if it was minus, then that means that I would have gone to the left. And if it's greater than 0, if it's plus, then that means that I went to the right. So if I went to the right, that means that we need to go to the previous element, if that makes sense. And so we also need to check here if the selected index is greater than 0. Otherwise, there's no previous element. We need to already be on element number 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, and so on, to be able to have a previous element to swipe to. So if that is the case, we're just going to take set selected index and just -1 on that. And then if the modal is open, we do the same thing to the modal. And this is basically our detection to see, okay, did I move my finger from the start a little bit to the right? Then that means I should swipe left, because it's an opposite force. So else if drag offset less than 0, so if my finger went to the left, then we need to make sure that there is a next image, and we can check that by just doing this on the length. So this condition needs to be met, otherwise we are currently on the last image. And if we're on the last image, there's no next image to show. But this means that we are currently not done with all images. So I'm going to set the selected index to the previous one plus 1, like this. And if the modal is open, we set the modal index as well to previous plus 1, like that. Pretty cool. So I know it's like a little weird, the logic, but it should be easy to understand when we look at it. So now the image position, we need to calculate it. So based on the index, we need to calculate, basically using translate 3D, we need to figure out where should the image currently be while I'm still swiping with my finger, because that gives us the swiping effect so we can see the next picture before we release the hand. So base transform is going to be 0 unless we're dragging. If we're dragging, then it's just going to be equal to the drag offset. Then the difference is going to be the index. So that's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever, minus. And so if the modal is open, then it's the modal index. Otherwise, it's the selected index, right? So basically, we're going to have one long slew of pictures next to each other, and we need to figure out, okay, where do we need to position the current, where, like what offset on the x-axis do we need to position this long list of images in one row to be able to show this index right here, right? And so we need to return, and also based on the current dragging. So we can calculate it now using these. So we're going to calculate using CSS to calculate. This is nice. So it's going to be calc and then 0, 0, and 0, because we only care about the x-axis, not the y and z or z. So inside of calc, we're going to put diff times 100% plus base transform pixels, right? So this just gives us the current index, and that's going to be 100% times 100%, because for each image, that's going to account for 100% width. And then plus the base transform, of course, which is how much we have currently dragged. And so we need to use this further down now. So if we just go up a little more, we need to add to the main image container. So underneath onClick, we need to add these untouch events. Handle touch start, untouch move, handle touch move, untouch end, handle touch end, like that. And then for the image itself, we transform by using getImagePosition on the index, just like that. Pretty cool, eh? Now inside the image, we need to put either the alt text or just put product image. Data is just going to be the image itself, and then the sizes, we can put some sizes right here to optimize it. So at 1024, we'll do 50 VW, otherwise 100 VW. We'll make it fill the width and the height and also cover the parent. Like this. So let's see if this is possible to, if it's possible to do this. So first of all, this is not gonna have, we don't need tree shaking from this anymore. There we go. So no curly braces around this. Very good. So now we have the image. When I press it, nothing happens, of course, except my scroll is being locked and I can't leave the modal yet. But if I press F12 and go into the phone mode, I can start swiping. See, look at that. Look at how cool that is, eh? That's so cool. So anyways, we need to fix a couple more things together, and then we have this awesome component. So the first thing we need to do is just inside of I believe, yeah, so inside of this layer right here, there's a lot of divs, so difficult to remember. This is where we want navigation arrows. And this is only for desktop. So we make a div. And let's just also mark the territory of the rest of the stuff. So we also want a thumbnail strip. So this is small thumbnails of other pictures underneath that we can click on. And then we want dot indicators to show us which picture we're currently on, right? Pretty cool. So let's start with these navigation arrows. So the first thing we'll need is a button, and let's just add the class name to this div first. We'll go down a little bit. So we'll go absolute, because the arrows will be on top of the image, so we want to use absolute. We're gonna do hidden on phones, but on medium size and larger, we're gonna show it. We're gonna justify between. And only when you hover over the image, or the I guess the whole product image, you should be able to see it. And we'll just do a simple transition. Now, we're gonna have two buttons, one for the previous image, one for the next image, of course. And so for this first button, we're gonna have a chevron left. That's the previous, because that's the first button. We're gonna put W6, H6, and text is gonna be navy. We're gonna have a navy one. We're gonna go down here. So when we do unclick, let's take the event. So get the E right here and do e.stop propagation. We want to cancel everything. We don't care about triggering any button stuff, so except for this. So we do nothing if the selected index, actually, if the selected index is greater than 0, so if we are on picture number 2 or further ahead, then we can go to the previous one, right? And we just do that by minusing 1, much more easy than the swiping. And we need a little bit of styling. First of all, we need to disable this. So when we are currently on the first image, you obviously can't go back, so we disable the button. We make it white background, a round button, a little bit of padding, some shadow. When you hover, it's going to be background white again. And transition on the colors. Like that. I think that's pretty good. Let's go to the next button right here. So we're going to have chevron right. And for this one right here, it's going to be different. We're going to disable it if the selected index is equal to all images.length minus 1. So if we're on the last image, basically. And then this changes to be if the selected index is less than all images.length minus 1. So if it's before the last one, then we can plus. We can do the plus right there. And just like that, we should have, if we just save this, we have these nice arrows. There we go. It's very cool, eh? Now for the thumbnail strip, this is what starts to bring it together for real. We want to have a div. We'll do the class name. This is going to be hidden on small devices. Now for the grid calls, it's going to be a slightly advanced usage. So we want to repeat this, autofill, and 5 rem, like this. So if I hover over this, I need to remove the space, I think, right here. Yes, so you can see this is equivalent to just saying repeat autofill with 5 rem in between each grid. The reason we want this is because otherwise the grid will just go in either it will go either on the row or on the column, and we want it to be dynamic based on the current device height and then collapse to the next line properly. And so that's what this does. Then we have a gap between them. We have a little scroll bar. Actually no scroll bar. I don't think so. We'll do all images dot map image index. And an image will just be a button because it's a thumbnail, and we want the thumbnail to just be the button. And so we also have the image inside of here, of course. We have the image.alt text, thumbnail. The data is just the image. And for sizes, we only want 80 pixels here. And that's because in the button, we're going to make it only 80 pixels. So it's going to be relative aspect square, W20. And W20 is 80 pixels. And if it's a square, and if the width is 80 pixels, the height is also 80 pixels. So we'll do rounded medium, overflow hidden, transition all, duration, and ease out. The reason we want this is because, and I just need to, what we need to do is just put it into this injectable string. If the selected index is equal to this thumbnail, so if this thumbnail is currently selected, then we want to display some cool stuff. So we want a ring around it, and we want the ring to be golden, and we want the ring to have a small offset of 2 pixels. Otherwise, when you hover, that's going to be a ring, and the ring should be navy. And it's not going to be fully navy, just a little navy. And then you can hover, and the ring offset is again going to be 2. The opacity of the thumbnail itself is 70, but when you hover on the thumbnail, it's fully visible, like that. So that's what we're doing here. We need to put a key. So let's put thumbnail. Let's put index, but let's also put the image.id. Like that. And default to X if there's no ID, but we'll use both for redundancy. On the image right here, we also need to add width full, height full, object cover, so it covers everything. And now that should give us, I'm just going to format. I'm going to save, and let's see what that looks like. So now we have a bunch of different stuff up here. It's actually in the wrong place, so wondering if I probably put this in a slightly too low level div. Maybe it's supposed to go here. Yes, so there we go. So if I just go and reduce the size of the screen a little bit, you can see that because we did the specific definition on the grids, that they can't be more than 80 pixels, they will automatically fill their spot if there's a space, or they will collapse to the next row. So that is very cool. So now we have this, and right now if I click, nothing happens. So that's because we didn't do the unclick. It's always important to make sure it works. So unclick, we'll just set the selected index to that item, like that. And I'm just going to format this properly. So now you can see that it's pretty cool, just like this. Now we don't actually have the image changing at all if anything happens. And I think that's because I need to refresh, because I see that there's no scrolling, so I think the modal has been opened, like that. So now if I press, it's going to slide very nicely, just like this. See, it also slides fast between all the pictures. It's very cool. Now we need to make the modal now. But first we need to do the dot indicators, of course. It's good to write this down. So we'll have the dot indicators, flex. We're going to hide this on big devices. This is just for mobiles. And we want the index. And this is just a simple button, nothing else. And there's actually nothing inside the button. So here we just want dot index as the key. Since we are mapping, we need to have that key. If you click on the dot, you have to select the index of that dot. And now we can put a class name, and we need to have it be an injectable string. So it's going to be, the dot can be 2 by 2. It's a circle. Transition all, duration 300. And now it's going to be cool. So if the selected index is index, which means that this is the current active dot, then we want gold and also width 4. So that makes it a little more wide, like a pill that's lying down instead of a circle. Otherwise, we make the background navy with some opacity. And then when you hover, for example, a tablet with a mouse, /40, like this. And now we have some cool dot indicators. This is going to be sick. Now this is just for small devices. But if we go like this, you can see that the dot indicators are just right there. And if I press on it, you can see that that is going to be the selected index. Very cool. Now we can make the modal. So first of all, the modal should only be there if the modal is open. So only when the modal is open, we do this. Now we make a div. It's going to be fixed because it's on top. No margin at all on the y-axis. I used an exclamation point here because sometimes there's a style which adds margin on the y-axis. We're going to do set 50 so that it's on top of everything. It's going to have almost complete black background with some backdrop blur. Cool. And now we can start putting in all of the different content. So the first thing we need to put in is just this wrapping div right here. So that's going to be absolute, insert 0 again, overflow hidden. So no scrolling. Then now first we want a close button, an image counter, modal image, so that's the main image, and then some navigation, modal navigation arrows. So it's very similar to the carousel, except it's a big open modal, right? So we do the close button first. So this is just going to be a button with close icon. Nope, not a shield close icon. Just a close icon. So I think this is actually just X. Let's just use X. Like that. And on click is we just close modal. It's going to be absolute, top 4, right 4, Z50, or Z50, P2, text white 80. So this is like on top of everything. Very important that it's just on top of everything. And I think I forgot an S in class. There we go. When we hover, the text can be completely white. We can do transition on the colors. So when we hover, next we have the image counter, very simple as well. Absolute, top 4, left 4, C50. We do a paragraph, and it's just going to be modal index +1 / all images to length. Obviously, because it's an index and it's 0 index, so we +1. We'll do slightly opaque text with source font, small text. Now we get to the modal image, and we again need to have some sliding functionality. So we have a div which contains everything. Now this is just a bigger version of the div, of the big picture div of this one basically. It's just a bigger version. So it's width full, height full, flex, item center, justify center, P0, little padding if it's a bigger screen. Like this. We have untouch start, handle touch start. So we're just passing the same stuff as before. We can just copy this actually. This right here. these three. Perfect. And inside of this, we're going to have a class name. It's going to be relative, wfull, hfull, all images.map, image and index. And all we need to do here is just have the image, but also with all of the correct dragging functionality. So we're going to have a div, and this is similar to what we have already in the main carousel with this big one right here. But all we need to do is just have it be in the modal. So again, we're mapping, so we need to put the image ID, and I think to avoid duplicates, we should put modal image, image.id, or x if it's nothing, and then we can put the index as well. There we go. The class name, so this is going to be similar to this. I believe we can just copy this. Yep. And then for the style, of course, we have the same dynamic style where we transform to the right image position for that index for this image. So every image is moved when we drag simultaneously. Then inside of this, we just put the image. Some default alt text. Data is just the image, sizes. We'll put 90 VW as the single size. Doesn't matter super much with the performance here, because it's a modal. And the images are probably already loaded. We're going to add a little bit of constraints to the image size. Like this. And then finally, we'll add modal navigation arrows. Now we can just copy the navigation arrows from up here. So from this div to this div, just want to make sure that's so much code. It's crazy. So we'll copy this. Now it needs to change a little bit. So the style here can be a little simpler. So like this, we can just have an absolute, which spreads the items on the x-axis, on the two ends. Then, of course, we want to have the modal index be set. I think this is pretty good. We're just replacing everything with the modal index. Chevron right. Make these two a little bigger. Yeah, let's see what that looks like. Yeah, so I can't press it. Now I can. Aha, so I press the cross, and if I open this on a phone and press, I can swipe like that. Nothing happens if I'm swiping too much to the left or too much to the right. It's very well constrained, just in the way we want it. Like that. It's really, really good actually. This is awesome. Perfect. Excellent. Great. So I think for this next part we want to give width full, height full to the modal actually. So I'm just checking. I want this to be so we have the image. So I want to put the image inside a div. So that's I was confused a little bit. So, because we don't want it up here, we want it in the middle, right? So what we'll do is add the class name, relative with full, height full, flex, item center, justify center. And since we center and center it, it's going to be in the middle now. So there we go. That's what I wanted. Perfect. Now that's going to be in the middle every single time on all devices, as you can see. Really, really good. Excellent. So now we have this awesome product image. Inside of products, we now have finished the left side of the product page. And we've also done this awesome product image component. Now we can do the right side. Now for this right side, we want to just start out with a div. So we have the left side right now. Just alt tabbing here. We want some spacing. And then we want a couple different things. So we want product title and price. We want product description. We want the product form. And that's all we need. So for the product title and price, we want to start out with a div. And so that's going to be space Y4 with some border. And the border is going to be navy. And it's going to be slightly opaque navy. Some padding as well. Then we're going to add a product title right here. And that's going to be Playfair font, of course. Text 3XL. On bigger screens, we want slightly bigger text. And on even bigger screens, we want even bigger text. And we want this to just be text brand gray, I believe. Actually, I think we should go for navy. I think that makes more sense. So we have slightly opaque navy, but then we have full navy like that. Yeah, that's good. Then let's go for product price. So this is a component that we have inside of this file already, I believe. So for the product price, we just pass the price, selected variant.price, compare price, and a little class name, text XL, and this is also going to be navy. So we don't have a class name, so we just need to add that for this one right here. I'm going to put class name and class name as an optional, like this. And then for the class name right here, we just make this injectable class name like this, right? Pretty simple. So let's start to look at that. That looks, I mean, that's pretty good. Cool. So that's the product price and the title. Let's go to the description. So this is going to be source. It's going to be navy as well. Not fully navy. And no max width. It just fills out all the stuff we have. And then for the div, so we don't actually do a paragraph in here inside of the product description, because for a product, this is actually HTML. And so we want to use dangerously set inner HTML. And we put the HTML like this and do product.description HTML, just like that. So if I refresh, we can see that now we're starting to have some data. It's pretty cool. And so if I save this to remove the space, that should also reflect right in here. Yeah, and as you can see, once we refreshed, the space is gone. So this pulls directly from the product description, which is awesome. So now we'll head back into the code. The next thing we need to do is the product form itself. So this is something that has to be loaded, so we need to await. And inside of the await, what we're trying to resolve are all of the different variants. We'll just, I think we have await. It's just because we didn't put something in it yet. So we'll put data, And the final thing we want out of this is the product form. And this one takes the product. It takes the selected variant. It takes all the variants. And if we don't have any, we'll just give it an empty list. And then we're gonna just add a class name on this as well. Just like we added a class name to the other thing, we will add a class name to this as well. So we'll add a class name here. Class name there. And product form. So actually, I think we should do some more styling than just this. So first of all, we have flex column. We want to inject the class name right here. Then additionally, I'm just going to delete all of this. I want variant options. And then I want add to cart section. These are the things we want. Then on top of this, we want to show some meta fields in accordions. And that way we can get everything. So we start out by doing a div around all of these with some spacing. For the variant options, what we want to do is use the variant selector. And we'll just give that the product handle. So you can see we have variant selector is already a component inside of Hydrogen. So it just takes the product handle. It takes the product options. We'll just filter for options where there's actually more than one option. Otherwise, it makes no sense to show that as an option. For variants, we'll use variants like this. And that should be everything for the variant section. Of course, we need to put the children, of course, yeah. So inside of here, we'll put the option that we have been given. And we're just going to return the product options key option.name option equals option. So that's the product options right here. So that's the variant options. Now we want the add to cart section. So for class name, we'll do space y4. Then we'll do flex item center justify between. And then under that, do another div, a lot of divs. Then we'll do text small, font source, and we'll do text navy. We'll do like 60%, I think, opacity. And then we should put selected variant, so this is the text. So if it's available for sale, then we can put ready to ship. Otherwise, we put currently unavailable. Right? So right next to this, we put selected variant dot SKU. So if there's an SKU, then we make a div. So if the SKU has been set, we just display the SKU. And that's just going to be SKU and selected variant dot SKU. Pretty simple. Just like that. And I want to move this down one tier, I think. Like that. Cool. Now for the product details accordion. Or actually, we need to do the button first. So I'm going to move this up one more time because we need to put the button down here. So we already styled the add to cart button. Thank God. What we need to do here is just say selected variant dot available for sale. Then we put add to cart. Otherwise, we put sold out. And we can just import this. We've imported the thing. we'll put disabled. So it's disabled if the selected variant is invalid, or if the selected variant is not currently available for sale, then it's disabled. Then of course we want, again, after add to cart, we open the cart. So after it has been added to the cart, when you press add to cart, we open the sliding cart drawer with the aside. Now lines, this is just what we want to add. So if the selected variant, then it is a list of this one single item with merchandise ID. Quantity is just 1. And the selected variant is just the selected variant. Now, if the selected variant is not set, it's just empty. Okay, something like this. It needs to be a question mark like that. Yes, perfect. Cool. And if we just refresh like that, we should have the add to cart. Yeah, there we go. So we have ready to ship, we have the SKU, we have the add to cart button, which we already designed. It's starting to look really cool. So lastly, we want to display the meta fields that we added in the very beginning of the video. We want to display that now as an accordion. So that's the materials, the craftsmanship, how it was made, caretaking, and so on. So we're just going to start out with border navy and do 10. We'll do a div right here. And this div right here is going to have grid. It's going to be one column, so it's just going to keep collapsing for every single element. It's going to divide on the y-axis, and then the divide. So this is basically there's going to be a little line in between each element, and we're going to make that navy. Divide navy /10, so like a light navy on the background. Inside of here, we want materials section. Under that, we're going to want size and fit section. And under that, we're going to want care instructions, just like this. And now what we can do is use details, which is a semantic element, and use group py. Now we can use the summary semantic element. And under this, we want to have a div. This div right here is going to be pt4. We're going to put pros. This is because we have a dot. I believe we have a dot pros somewhere. And so we're going to use source font text navy /80, and then we're going to render a rich text using Shopify Hydrogen, not using Framer, Shopify Hydrogen. And we're going to use data equals product.materials.value, and we actually haven't loaded this meta field yet on the product. So first we need to just quickly add this to the GraphQL statement. So if we head back into the products handle, what we need to do is underneath SEO. So we're in the product fragment right here, and we have SEO, and then we can have meta fields. And then what we want is care instructions, which is a meta field on the product. The namespace is custom. The key is care_instructions. And we can't use the single quotations because it's GraphQL. Like this. And we just care about the value. Now we do this as well for the materials, the construction, and the sizing notes. So materials, construction, and the sizing notes. Just like this. And then that's going to be loaded on each product. I'm just going to quickly build the types and unpause. There we go. And I'm going to run npm run dev again. And now inside of product.materials, we can see that it's actually a field now. And so inside of product form for this rich text, we want to make sure that inside of materials section, we check if the materials meta field has actually been set, and then we show all of this stuff. There we go. And so now we can do this without doing any checks, like that. Then inside of here, we also want to show the construction. So if construction has been set, the value. So we combine materials and construction because those can be combined for this type of product. So for empty, we'll do MT5, little margin, and then we'll do construction header. We'll do some playfair. We'll do small font, but not quite so small. And then we'll do navy. We'll do a paragraph, and inside of here, we're just going to put product.construction.value because this is a string. Some of them were rich text, like materials.value, but the construction is just a string. So we combine these two, and we don't actually need the class name on this because we already have the font set up here. Now for the summary, so this is on the accordion, this is the part you click on to open the accordion. So what we want here is flex, we want items center, we want to justify between, so it's going to be a flex row. So on the x-axis, we justify between. Cursor pointer, because it's for clicking. And then we have H3, and we're going to put materials and construction. This is going to be the fancy font. Playfair. There we go. Large text, and it's going to be text navy. And then we're going to put a span, and inside the span, it's going to be an SVG. Let's flex shrink first. Height 4, something like this. And then inside of here, what we just want is an SVG. So this is a little icon, so we can open it. So I'm just going to save this, and we can see what it looks like. So it's like the chevron right here. And you can see that it also very nicely changes its rotation. Really, really cool. So the ampersand for playfair display looks super fancy. It's very cool. So next what we can do is basically add the same thing, but for the other sections. So for the size and fit section, I'm just going to copy the whole material section. And sizing notes are actually just strings. So all we need to do is, instead of the rich text, we can copy this into here. We don't combine anything inside of sizing notes. And then sizing notes is going to go in here. We check if sizing notes has been set. And then we call it size and fit. So let's just check if that works properly. Yep, perfect. Now we can copy that one more time for the care instructions. Now care instructions is a rich text field, so we're going to put rich text. And we're going to pass the product dot care instructions dot value. Or actually, perhaps this is maybe a string as well. No, this is rich text. So if we go in here and just change this. Ah, there we go. Great. Cool. It was just that. And inside of the header, we're going to just put care guide. And now we have a care guide. We have all the meta fields are displayed in a super, super nice way. This is awesome. So we have the home page. We have this nice home page with this awesome product item. See this blurred, translucent header. Now we also have the ability to click into a product and it feels proper. I can add to cart, and it's Gonna give us this loading state, and the sliding cart looks good. It's really, really getting along. So for the next thing, we need to go to catalog and just fix this collections/all page. Now, I want this to be relatively similar to the home page with a few nuances. So if we go into collections.all, so inside of here, I think we can go along with the same GraphQL statement as we already have. But inside of, do we have product item? Yeah, so first of all, we delete product item because we made this into a reusable component. And yes, so it's inside of here. So we're loading a bunch of different products, and now we want to display them in a nice way. So the first thing we're going to do is do the collection class. Then what we want is a hero section, just like on the landing page. Collection navigation. And we also want the products grid, just like that. Then at the bottom, Craftsmanship section. That's like another story section right there. And then heritage banner, something like this. So for the hero section, it's very similar to the home page. So I'm just going to close everything here and open the home page. And if we go into this hero section right here and just copy this section, it's going to be very similar to this. So I don't want a call to action button, but we can keep everything else pretty much. So this picture, instead of this picture, I want to use this picture right here. Now this is AI generated, so it doesn't look perfectly realistic, but we can use it for this video. So I'm just going to put craftsmanship.png, I believe that's the name, .png, yes. And inside of here, I think that's pretty good. I think we want to make it a little less in the height, but other than that, we can go along with this. So artisanal excellence, some different copywriting. And also for this one. Then for the max width, we want a max width XL. I think this should be all good. Did the picture not? Ah, it's just craftsman. Cool. Yeah, there we go. So that's kind of cool. I think maybe the overlay should be a little more visible. Do we have an overlay even? Ah, there's no overlay. Okay. So let's just do this. So if we do class name, absolute insert 0. And now we can make an overlay. Otherwise the text is a little unreadable. So from navy 50 to navy 80. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And if the next section is going to be a white background, this is going to look great. So in the collection navigation, we're making a div. Actually, this should be a section. We're going to make a section with a cream background. That's going to be a border. And it's going to be navy, so it's going to separate on the y-axis. Then a div inside of here, which just is a container with MX Auto. And another div. This is the main content, so flex column. On bigger screens, we can flex row, justify between, items start, MD, items center. Some spacing. And now inside of this, we're going to have two divs. One is going to have H2 and P. and another div is going to have a button, and then another button. So this h2 element is going to say the collection, and this div is going to have space y2. This h2 is going to have Playfair font, of course, text to XL, and it's going to have navy blue color. This one is also going to have navy blue, but a little attenuated. And then we can use the source font because it's the body. This is going to say showing X number of handcrafted pieces. It's very nice. We can do filter and sort. Now this div, item center, gap 6. And we're going to have source, text SM, text navy /60, so a little opaque. But when we hover, then it can go completely navy. And we want to do color transition so it's smooth. And there we go. Pretty nice. So let's see what that looks like. So showing 3 handcrafted pieces. So I think I maybe have typoed. It should be the text, not the background. Yep, there we go. That's super, super nice. Now filter and sort functionality can be added here. We're just going to put the buttons because it's for design. So that is for the collection navigation. Now for the big piece. Products grid. Cream background. Actually, I think white. Again, we're going to use the container with MX Auto, px4. Then we're going to use this component called paginated resource section. So this is a component we have elsewhere already. So inside of this, and so paginated resource section. Inside of this, we can get a bunch of stuff. So we're going to do node and call it product, and then the index, and then the product item is going to be what we want to render here, the custom product item that we built, which already looks awesome. that's going to be product. Oh, and it's just product.id. And let me just figure out. So we need to pass connection products. I think that's why it's not very happy. And then we need to pass some class name right here. So we'll do similar to how we already did it in the home page with the different breakpoints for the products. When they get displayed, we want 1 column on small devices, 2 on medium devices, and on everything larger we do 3. Then some gap in between like that. Then we import the product item. We give it the product. And we lazy load it so it doesn't block the page. Now we could also hide the price, of course, but we don't want to do that here because we want to show everything. And there we go. Pretty cool. Yeah, so this is awesome. This looks really good. This is like a banner. That's very cool. So let's move on to the Craftsmanship section. So this is actually just the exact same as here. So I'm just going to copy paste that. That's going to be the same thing. So this guy, some storytelling. Now we want a heritage banner as well. So inside of here, we can make a section. We can make a div inside, and the section should have class name cream. We want this to be cream. Some padding based on the breakpoint, and then container, MX Auto, of course, and px4. Some padding. And then we have the content itself. So we want to do text center, and also max width 3XL with MX Auto. So in case this is less wide than the parent, it's still centered. That's like the idea. And in here, we're going to have three things. We're going to have a legacy of distinction. Like that. That's going to be playfar. We're going to do text 2XL, text 3XL on bigger screens, and it's going to be navy. A little bit of margin. Source. Font with navy that is a little less visible. Now I have some copywriting already that I want to use, so we're going to use this. Now for the second paragraph, I also want source. It's actually going to be the same, except we want to be smaller and 60 instead of 80 in the text, because this is just going to say available for private consultation and bespoke commission. So that's going to look cool. Let's see. Yes, perfect. Look at that. Nice. So we finished the home page. We finished the collections page, this one right here. Now we just need to do the contact page and just overall the pages design. So that's going to be much more simple. So if we head over to just pages.handle right here, we can finish that. And then once we're done with that, we're actually pretty good to go with this Cadence website. It's pretty cool. So firstly, I want to head over to my pages. So I think on online store and /pages. So we're in the Shopify admin here, of course. And we only have the contact page, but what we want is under settings right here and custom data. We have some meta fields that we need to add. So on the page meta field definition, we need to add a couple things. So firstly, we need to add a subtitle. And that's just going to be a single line text. This is so it makes the layouting of the pages much easier. Now I want intro text as well. And I think we can make that into multi-line text perhaps. Now we also want CTA content. So I'm just going to put CTA content like this. And we're going to make that into multi-line text as well. Save that. So we have the subtitle, the intro text, the CTA content, and then also the CTA button text. So this is the text for the call to action button on the page. And so these are just meta fields that makes it possible for us to lay out the page in a slightly easier way than if we were to just use the body of a page. So what we'll be able to do, for example, is if I add a page right here, I'm going to add two new pages. So the first one is going to be our craft. And I already have a bunch of different content that I want to use. You can write this or generate it with AI, whatever. And just make sure that it's under /pages/ourcraft. And I'm going to just save this. Now you need to save it first when you make it for the first time before the meta fields actually appear. So we have the meta fields right here. And inside of these meta fields, I can put the CTA button text. And I just have this as content right here. I can also put the CTA section content. So that's what I want here. The introduction text as well. And notice that we're using HTML for some of this stuff. And for the subtitle as well, we can do that. And now we have the Our Craft page. Now the next thing we want to do is just add the next page, which is for our heritage. So these are just different pages, as you can probably tell, to tell the story of the brand. So I'm going to add this page, and it's going to be called Our Heritage. And I'm going to copy the HTML straight in from my notepad on the left, on the right. There we go. So we have our foundations, all the stuff. Now we want to also add the meta fields right here. So the CTA is going to be book a consultation. So for any private bespoke creations that customers may want, we're going to have some cool intro text and a subtitle that sounds fancy. Where tradition meets contemporary excellence. Perfect. So now we have our different pages. Now we are not going to do the contact page. We're going to make a custom contact page. But firstly, we just need to go to the navigation. And in the main menu, we need to slightly change this a little bit. So I want to firstly change catalog to instead be... Actually, catalog is fine, but I want to have about us. And about us should go to the... I think our heritage probably makes sense. And then put that up here like that. So we just expanded the menu a little bit. And so if I refresh here, we can see that we now have the About Us page. And if I click into this, you can see down here in the link, it says our heritage. And as you can see, it's completely not formatted. We still have the header, of course, and the footer, but it's not formatted at all in the middle. And so let's get to do that. So under pages.$handle.csx, all we need to do is start doing a little bit of work on this. So it's actually not going to be so bad. So all we need to do is make it into a minimum height screen, some padding to offset from the top due to the fixed header. Then again, we want a hero section. Then we want the page section, like the actual content. And then we want the CTA section, so the call to action part. So all we need to do inside of here is, firstly, inside of the GraphQL statement, we need to add the meta fields, just like we did for the product. So I'm going to put subtitle, and this is a meta field, and it's in the custom namespace. The key is subtitle, of course. We're going to just get that value, add 3 more of those. So the first one is intro text. Second one is CTA content. Third one is CTA button. We'll just rename these variables as well. So CTA content, CTA button, just like that. And I'm just going to quickly generate the types and unpause when I get back. So that should do the trick. So now we have all of the different data. We've already set the meta fields, and let's just get started with this. So for the section, for the hero section right here, I want a navy blue background. So navy, even more Y padding, and some padding on the left and right. We're going to put this into a div, put a div inside rather, and then we're going to do class name, and it's going to be, you guessed it, container mxauto. And then inside of this we can have the actual content. So we have max width for Excel, and again mxauto in case it's not wide like its parent. Then we're going to put the page title. So this is like very simple. We could play around with this a little more. Text. We'll keep it to this and do, I think maybe 2XL and MD text 3XL. We'll make it white and make some margin. Then we also have the meta field, of course, on the page subtitle. If this has been set, we're gonna also include this. And we're gonna do that through the dangerous HTML. Of course, we need to set this to be source pro sans large, and we're gonna do a cream color, I think just like that. So that's gonna be very simple, but that's all we need. Now let's go for the page section. So inside of here, PY20, PY28 on larger screens, white background. So this is just going to be like a nice basic page format. Of course, MX Auto. Again, MX Auto. And for this one, we're going to put, I believe, max width none. And then here, we can start putting content. So source, and it's going to be navy. Slightly relaxed text spacing. So if the intro text has been set, then we can set this as dangerous HTML. Like this. With a little bit of margin. And then the next element, it's going to be a little more fancy. We're going to do some regex. We're going to do some regex stuff. So this is going to be font source and navy /80. And we're going to dangerously set the HTML. We're going to do page.body dot replace all h2 tags with h2 tags that has class name font playfair text 3XL. Actually, that's too big. 2XL text navy MT16 MB8. We're going to do a similar thing for h3. Except we'll just make it into a text XL. So this is just making sure that the styling is there and automatically injected. Like this. So if I just refresh, now we should start to see some content. Yes, so we have some content right here. I think it was what the background used somewhere. Yeah, this one. It should be text. Yeah, just like this. So that's like the basic body. And I think this is the wrong regex maybe. It's not quite working. So it should be h2. Or more likely like this. And it should not be class name, it should be class. Maybe like that. Yes, that's very good. Now, for h3, we need to get this just right. Yes, that is perfect. Excellent. Very good. Okay. And now for the last part, we need to have the call to action. So if there is a call to action, then we have this section. This section is going to have, let me just see. It's going to be the same 3 first layers. Like this. And then inside of here, we're going to have another similar div to this one. So I'm going to copy this. But instead, it's going to be the page.cta content.value right there. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to be going for. Then right under this, we can have the call to action. So the content inside of here is going to be page.cta remix.value. Now this is gonna refer to, and actually this should be a link. So remix link, just like this. And we can do to equals /contact, and prefetch can be intent. And then we'll do inline flex items center px8. So this is like a button. It's a navy button. And when we hover, I want the background to be navy light, this one. Some transition on the colors, duration 300, font source, and tracking can be wide, just like that. And let's see what that looks like. Yep, that is pretty much all we would need. I would maybe remove some of this padding. This seems like quite excessive. Maybe just a little bit of padding. Maybe some more padding on the bottom. This one is also a little... seems like a little much. So if we just do padding top and just keep it to padding top, I think that would be better. Maybe keep it to like 8. Yeah, that's a little better, I think. I think that makes sense. Cool, yeah. So this is just the dynamic. Every page has this format. And it just works, including, I think, contact right now. But let's just make a custom contact page. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to make a new route file under the routes folder. And it's going to be called contact._index.tsx. So this is the contact page. And so we're going to have export async function action, which takes a request. So this is a remix page, action function args, like this. And this is just going to get the form data. For now, we're just going to return OK, no matter what. Submit actual form data to server. Send emails. Right, that's what we would want to do here. So we're going to have the contact page. And let me just quickly go through. So inside of here, we have 2 state variables. Use state. And this is going to be idle. And we're going to make a form state type. And it can be either idle, submitting, success, or error. Those are the form states. Now we also have 2 different inquiry types. Set inquiry type. And that's also going to be useState, and it's going to be of inquiry type, of course. And it can be general. So let's do type. Inquiry type equals general. It can also be, I believe we want to have it to be request. I think we can maybe call it bespoke. That makes more sense. So you can have a general inquiry, you can have a bespoke inquiry if you want a bespoke product made for you. Now let's just create handle submit, and then we can start designing this. So it's going to take the form event, HTML form element, yes, either prevent default, so we just prevent the get request or whatever. Set form status is going to be submitting. So when we just press the button to contact, then we're going to say handle form submission error error in submitting. So set form status can be error. It can also be success. For now, up here, we will just have a fake delay just so we can look at the submitting status and have a loading state without any problems. So now we can start coding this. So it's going to be a div, and it's going to have a class name minimum height screen with some padding, of course, to take into account the fixed header. It's going to have a hero section. It's going to have a contact information section. It's also going to have a contact form section. And then it's going to have a little note at the end, bespoke services note. So in the hero section, I'm just going to copy our hero section from the page. So from the page thing right here. Now, instead of being page title, it's not dynamic. It's going to be just connect with us. And inside of here, I'm just formatting. We're just going to use source text large, MD text extra large, and it's going to be cream, MX auto like this. And then I want to copy some text I already have. So whether you're interested in a private consultation, bespoke services, or have a question about the collection, we had to assist you. So it's the title of the page and the subtitle, but we're just going to make it custom for the contact component, for the contact page. That's going to be the difference. So let's make the contact information section. So firstly, we want to display the contact information. Oops. So we have a section, PY16, PX4, background can be cream. This one is going to be container MX auto, just like all of the other second divs. And then this one is going to be the container of our actual stuff. Oh, that is going to be grid, MD grid calls 3. So it's going to be a grid of 3 items. So we're going to have 3 divs. So let's make one of them and we can copy them after. So the first one is going to be the address, similar to how we did the footer. So we're going to have a class name on the parent of this, of course. Background white. And the icon can have a width, height of 6. I want it to be gold. And we want it to also be centered on the x-axis and have a little bit of margin. Then we're going to have a H3 tag, which has Playfair font because it's a title. Then we're going to do XL, a little more margin. So it's like 3 items. So we're going to have this as well. So we're going to have one item here, then the title. So a logo, a title, and a subtitle. And the subtitle slash like actual body is going to contain the, the phone number, the address, the opening times, etc. And so we have text navy for the title. We can put visit us right here. And because this is going to be the address, slightly opaque right here. And we used 123 Artisan Street. Let's do a line break. And we actually don't want the space right here, otherwise that's going to take up more space. So we'll put in the address. So let's see what that looks like. So I just saved and nothing happened. This is because we're still rendering the pages.$handle the TSX and not the contact index. And so basically I need to go to /contact for this to render. However, yeah, and of course we need to export default contact page. And now it's gonna work. So I'll give that a second. Yep, so there we go. Just want to point out that I had to stop and restart my Remix server for this to work. So if that doesn't work for you the first time, try and stop and start it again. Now let's go back, and we can now duplicate this. So this looks pretty cool. So we're gonna have 3 of these, just like this. And if I just go back like that, we can see that now we have 3 of these boxes. So we also want the second one as well. So I want a clock. So this is gonna tell us what the opening and closing times are of the atelier. So we're gonna call that atelier hours. So the time of the week and of the day that the phone number is going to work. Something like this. We're gonna put EST just to make it a little more clear. We're gonna put call anytime. Then for this one, we're gonna put mail. And we're gonna put contact. Atelier at cadence.com. And then the fake phone number, +1 888 123 45 67, I think we did. Response within 24 hours. I think we're gonna do something like that. So let's see what that looks like. It's pretty cool. Yeah, not bad. Cool, so that's all for the contact information section. Now we want the actual contact form. So that's gonna be a section, just like many other sections. Again, we're gonna have MX Auto div right here. MX Auto is awesome because it just sends us everything without using Flexbox. Cool. And inside of this, we can have the stuff we want. Again, MX Auto. Now we want 2 different things. We want the title part, and then we want the actual form. Like this. So we want the form title, and then we want the actual form. So the form title, we want text center on that. A little bit of margin bottom from the form. Then we want an H2 that says get in touch. This is gonna be Playfair, text 3XL, text 4XL, and it's gonna be navy. Little margin from the text we're gonna put now, the subtitle. Actually, I want a little more margin, maybe 4. 16 pixels is good. And /70. And we're gonna put something like, we look forward to discussing how we can serve you. Something like that. Now we're gonna put a form. So I'm gonna put unsubmit, handle submit. We already made the handle submit function, so that's gonna just work pretty well. We're gonna do class name equals space y6. And I need to format this properly. So if we refresh, we can see that we have the form title and we have the form subtitle. Now what we need to do is, the form is separated into 2 pieces. So we want the inquiry type. And then under that, we want the form fields, so the actual input fields. So for the form inquiry types, we want a simple div. This is going to be a grid with 2 columns. And actually, I want no gap. And let's do a button. One is general inquiry. And the other one, let's do the styling first so we can copy it. So it's type button, and the onClick, we set the inquiry type to general because it's general inquiry. Now we make a string that can be injected into, so because we need to do some logic. Text center, we'll do some source, we'll do transition on the colors, because now if the inquiry type is general, then that means that this is the active, button. So this is the currently selected button. Then we want to do background navy and text white. And if it's not selected, then I want to do background cream and text navy. And when you hover, it should have background navy, but only a very little bit, 10, like this. And now if I duplicate this button and just change all of the general to bespoke, and we put bespoke services instead in the text, and we have general like this. Now we have a switch. That's cool, eh? Not bad. Now for the form fields, this is going to be slightly more tedious. So it's going to be div with class name grid, md grid calls to gap6. And that's going to be a lot of form fields. So I'm just going to go ahead and add all of the form fields, and then I'm just going to unpause once they are added, and we can go through them. So I've just added all of the form fields. So we have first name, last name, the email address, phone number, and message. This is just like any other normal input fields. So with the label and input field, a little bit of styling, as you can see here. So we put width full, some padding, border, navy blue, and just make it look overall pretty nice, like this. Now, underneath all of these form fields, and you can like add whatever you want pretty much here. You can also just copy the code, of course. We want a button to submit, and inside of here, we want to, based on the form status, if it's submitting, we want to put submitting. Otherwise, send message. And let's just put sending, actually. Sending. And this button is going to have class name, wfull, background navy. And it's going to have text white, py4, so for the padding. It's going to have font source, tracking wide, and it's going to have hover, background, navy light when you hover. We're going to have some transition on the colors. Also, once it is disabled, and it's disabled when we're submitting, then the background should be navy, but a little less visible. And so we're going to just put the disabled right here. So form status equals submitting. So if it's submitting, then that means it's disabled, like that. So that's going to be the button. And then underneath the button, we can have form status equals success. So if it was successful, then we're going to just have a simple div that says, thank you for your message. We'll be in touch shortly, like this. And it's going to have text navy, maybe with 70%, and font source. Now I'm going to duplicate this little block right here, and also say if there was an error. And we're going to do red 600/70. And there was an error sending your message. Please try again. So if there was anything that went wrong on the server, we can display the error right there. Now, that gives us everything we need to have this form working. We can thanks for the message. We'll be in touch shortly. Now, obviously, we just need to handle everything here on the action side of things. For the last section right here, we're going to use a section, and it's going to be py16, px4, and it's going to be a cream. Of course, it's going to have a div with container and mxauto. And inside of here, we want to max width 3xl, mxauto again, and text center. And then we just have two elements in here, h3 and a p, which talks about bespoke services. And I'm just going to copy a couple sentences into the content right here. Now for the h3 title, we're going to put that, we're going to set the Playfair font. We're going to set text to double extra large or triple extra large on large screens, and it's going to be navy blue with some margin on the bottom before the paragraph. This one is going to be source, and it's going to be navy, but with like 70% visibility. And there we go. And I think I accidentally typed BG instead of text. There we go. Nice. And there we go. I think now we have most of the stuff. Now we're on /contact, of course. And if I press on this contact button, it's still going to redirect me to this contact page, which is wrong. So what we need to do is add pages.contact.tsx file. So I'm going to add that. And all we need to do from this is just say export default contact page. And we're going to import this simply from the other contact page. And that's going to override this. So you can see now once refreshing, /pages/contact is overridden with the custom contact page that we wrote. This makes it easy to customize the navigation menu a little more without having to make it a little weird. So yeah, that is actually the entire store. So we have all the different features. We have the landing page here with the collections. We have the nice title right here. You notice the header is really smooth. Also, if I just go to the mobile view right here, everything is very nice and easy to interact with. There's no real problems with the mobile responsiveness. I can go and watch and view some products, slide around, open this awesome Modal. I can add to cart. And overall, we're ready to build on top of this to link to the checkout. Of course, this is just a test store, so the checkout does not actually work, but Shopify handles this anyway. So this is not something we would want to worry about regardless. We have the newsletter sign up. We have the responsive footer, the very responsive header as well. Overall, a pretty sleek design, pretty simple, and it is very nice. So let's go into how we can generate the AI pictures for the products. So you can see right here that this shoe right here has been generated. And this is a better example. So I wanted the guy to have boots on. So this one right here, the Vienna Chelsea boot. And so this is kind of the prompt that we're going to go for. So I put photo taken by an iPhone from 2017. Now, this is a little annoying because I think they modified the AI to look a little less realistic. You see how it's like a kind of unrealistic cartoon kind of style. Yeah, but sometimes you can get lucky and get a really good setting. So I put man walking towards camera, full body picture, because we want the shoes. Busy walking street with people. Regular, smooth stone brick tiles on the floor. Visible pores, so that's describing his face. Busy walking street with people. Regular, smooth stone brick tiles. Visible pores. Slight skin imperfections. Natural skin texture. Textured hair with visible hair strands. Because otherwise the hair is way too smooth. It looks unrealistic. Modern city with stores in the side. Late cloudy overcast. So very detailed. and then we feature the product as well. So wearing premium brown Chelsea boots, visible shoes. So actually all it was just put premium brown Chelsea boots. Very simple. So that's for the guy walking the model pictures. And so if I just go into maybe the Vienna Chelsea boot would be a good example. That's how we generate this picture right here of the guy with the boots. And you see the boots, actually, they bear very close resemblance to the actual product pictures. So it's pretty consistent, in my opinion. Pretty nice for mocking up, at least. Mockups. Now, for the product pictures themselves, this is like a lot of trial and error. As you can see, that was a lot of trial. In the beginning, I was considering going for a black shoe. I just didn't like the black color very much, but you can see here that it's just, if we go for one we actually ended up using. So, which one of these did we end up using? None of them. I think this one we ended up using, something like that. It's at least one of these we ended up using. And so you can see the prompt goes something like premium brown leather Chelsea boot on cream background. Now you can specify the background, and it's very, very accurate at doing it. So if I go on cream background, I can also go on let's say sky blue background, and it actually is very good at controlling the background. So if I wanted a store that was less, blue and cream and gold, but instead it was, I wanted a blue background, you can see that it's actually unbelievably good at giving us a consistent background. So that's great. So if I just go back right here, and also this is completely free. You just go to bing.com/images/create. Totally free. Even these points right here, those are just gonna make it generate faster. Even if you have 0 of these points, it's still gonna generate. So it's awesome. Now, how did we get the two boots lying next to each other? So this picture, these types of pictures are much more difficult to make. So you gotta just play around with it quite a bit. So you see, we have the standard boots pair on cream background featuring dark midsole strip. Now I put shoes flipped over to see sides, and that's the key. And so you still see that it has like this weird, this is like 3 pieces right here. But really, you just gotta keep pushing the model a little bit, and sometimes you get something that's just great. Like even this one right here, you could still use. It's pretty good. It's just not like, it's a little more light, and the midsole is not as consistent with the other pictures I had selected already. But as you can see, and I'm gonna drop these in the description, or you'll be able to access these. But this is basically the way that I generated all of the products. Also for the other 2 products, it was pretty much the same thing. Basically, the name of this type of product, the Metropolitan Oxford, these you can just, these are just called, I believe, Oxford. Like you could put premium Oxford sweet shoes, handcrafted or something like that, and then you're just gonna get that. So, if I just put ultra premium brown sweet Oxford shoes, like that, I believe sweet Oxford shoes is enough to just give me something just like this. So if I'm just gonna try and create right here, it's gonna just take a second. Yeah, so with a little more modification, you'd be able to see that this is gonna quickly look really good. Now, I put brown. I actually think that because we also have this calf skin texture, elastic side panel and stuff, which is like boot details, it's a little confused. So it's kind of mixing a boot together with the sweet shoe, but you can see that the details are starting to get there. So really it's just about starting with a prompt and just playing around with it. As for the background, you can just put on XYZ background, and it's just perfect. So that's very convenient. But yeah, that's pretty much everything that's to show. This was Cadence. Let me know if you want me to build something else next time. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep putting these types of videos out and hopefully improve as I go along. So hope you have a great rest of your day. See ya.